Elohim bless. Oh, I don't think y'all heard me, but I just want to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High, the one and only Elohim of Israel. I want to say shalom and blessings to all my brothers and sisters, my kinsmen according to the flesh who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the service of Elohim, and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, our Mashiach came, who is overall Elohim blessed. Hope all is good and well. I was kind of messing up a little bit in the beginning, so glad y'all could be in fellowship. Hope all is well and good. We'll be dealing with the law tonight. Is the law of Moses and the law of the Most High one and the same? And are we under the law today? This is sort of prompted by a back and forth that I saw with two well-known pastors, well-known teachers in Israel. And they were going back and forth over the law and whether we should be keeping the law today. Does it apply to us today? Are we eliminating ourselves from salvation by trying to keep the law, things of that nature? So it was a back and forth. And I saw another video where a well-known guy was sort of dealing with this issue of the law. Long story short, many people believe that if you're keeping the law, if you're trying to keep the law, you're going to go to hell. And we're going to hear that verbatim tonight. What I want to do is sort of deal with this topic of the law and sort of understand why is it today rather, do we see all these so-called black people, all these Negroes going back to what's known as the laws of Moses, or what's categorized as the laws of Moses, meaning the Sabbath days, the feast days, the keeping of the Ten Commandments. Many people try to observe many of the cleanliness laws and dietary laws, things of that sort. Why is it that we see so many black people today trying to go back to those things and trying to keep those things? And so I want to deal with that today. And hopefully this will bring some perspective to it, because prophecy speaks of a time when our people would wake up and start to recall these things. I'm gonna get that pulled up here shortly. But while I'm doing that, I want to say shalom to everybody once again. Let me get y'all thoughts on the law too. What do y'all understand in terms of the law? What is the law of the Most High? Does it apply to us today? Should we be keeping it today? Are we, how do we say it? Are we eliminating ourselves from the grace of the Most High by trying to keep the law? And that's understanding where we are today in this time too. How does the law apply to us today? Does the law apply to us today? Are we in error by trying to keep the law? What is the law overall? What does it represent? What does it mean to us as a people? Shalom, Brother Kadar. I see you in the chat. Let me get y'all thoughts on that. Let me see. I want to pull something up here. Give me a minute. We're gonna look at gonna look at a video too. This is what I want to start out right here in the book of Baruch. Everything is made clear and substantial, and when we can read it. It's Baruch. As y'all can see, I kind of been dissecting in here a little bit. Let me see. I don't have it pulled up. All right, now check this out. In dealing with the law, right? This is Baruch chapter 2, verse 30. It says this, it says, "For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. But in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves, and shall know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, for I will give them an heart and ears to hear." All right, so it says, in the land of our captivities, they shall remember themselves. And it says, and shall know that I am the Lord their God, for I will give them an heart and ears to hear. All right, now what are we supposed to have a heart and ears to hear while we're in the land of our captivities? While we're in the land of our captivity, he said he's going to give us an heart and ears to hear. What are we hearing? I'm going to Deuteronomy 30. It says, man, it says, and it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee, that thou shalt call them to mind among the nations, whither Yahweh thy Elohim have driven thee. So he said we're going to remember ourselves in the land of our captivity. And right here, it says that it's going to come to pass when these things, the blessing and the curse, which is set before us, it says, thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God have driven thee. It says, and thou shalt return unto Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day. So in the land of our captivity, it says that we're going to remember ourselves, and we're going to call to mind the blessing and the curse while we're among the nations. And it says we're going to return unto the Lord our God, and we're going to obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day. So whatever Moses commanded them, he's saying that when we return, we're going to obey his voice according to that, according to whatever Moses was commanding them. It says, thou and thy children with all thine heart and with all thy soul. It says, I'm going to read it again, verse 2, and shall return unto the Lord thy God, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children with all thine heart and with all thy soul. That then Yahweh thy Elohim will turn thy captivity. So when we return and obey the voice according to what was commanded to us, what Moses commanded them, It says, command thee this day, and shall return unto Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, that then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither Yahweh thy Elohim have scattered thee. And if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will Yahweh thy Elohim gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. And Yahweh thy Elohim will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it. He will do thee good and multiply thee above thy fathers. And Yahweh thy Elohim will circumcise thine heart and the heart of thy seed to love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thine heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies, and on them that hate thee and persecuted thee. And thou shalt return and obey the voice of Yahweh, and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day. So, where was I at? It says in 31 in Baruch, it says, and shall know that I am the Lord their God, and I will give them an heart and ears to hear. This is while we're in the land of our captivity. You're going to give us hearts and ears to hear. And with those hearts and ears to hear, it says, thou shalt return and obey the voice of Yahweh, and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day. So I'm reading all this to sort of start the conversation. What is the law to Israel? What does the law represent to us? And what should it represent to us? When we start reading in the New Testament, where Paul is saying that, you know, those who seek to be justified by the law have fallen from grace. Well, what is he talking about? You have many pastors and many teachers who believe that if you keep the 10 Commandments, that you're actually operating, you're not operating under grace. Let me put it like that. By keeping the 10 Commandments, you are operating under the works of the law. So what do y'all think? Let me get some comments from y'all in the chat. What do y'all think? What is the law? What is the law to Israel? What should the law be? What should it represent? What is your understanding? I got another deal I want to pull up. Because very, very few people ask the question, in spite of our beliefs, in spite of, you know, what people teach about the law, that tell you it's legalism, that tell you that, you know, if you're keeping the law, you're not operating by faith. The fact remains is you have a whole group of people that's going back to those things. You know, why are all these so-called Negroes going back to the thou shalt nots? The basic understandings of the law: thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery. And even from a celebratory note, you have many of our people trying to keep the feast days and the Sabbath days. Deuteronomy 6:25. Shalom, saying, it shall be our righteousness if we observe and do all these commandments before the Lord our God as he have commanded us. So that's what the law is to us. It's our righteousness, right? It's our constitution. It says we are under the law with the exception of sacrificing. A lot of people take that position as well. You know, I want to, well, I don't want to say I want to introduce, but I want to reiterate a concept about the law to help us understand it in our time. Just to sort of, give some people some thought, and maybe I stand to be corrected, but I always say look at the law as a culture or a standard that's given to a people. Because when you look at Christians, they like to spiritualize it. It said John 4:14-15 through 31. It says, if you love me, keep my commandments. That's what Mashiach said, right? But what are his commandments? That's what they're going to ask you. What are his commandments? Are his commandments the same as the 10? We're going to look at his commandments too. Appreciate that, definitely. But look at the law in the simplest form. Look at it as a heritage or a standard that the Most High gave to his people in order to live in the land and remain in the land and prosper in the land that was given to them. They had to abide by these laws, by this, or abide by that particular heritage. So let me see. I'm trying to give me a second. It's in Jubilees. It sort of gives a prophetic breakdown. Let me see. It gives a prophetic breakdown of what would happen in the end days concerning Abraham's seed. And in that breakdown, it gives an understanding of why we see a lot of our people, quote unquote, keeping the laws today. I wouldn't say we're necessarily keeping them. We're simply just doing what the scriptures said we would do in these last days as a means of us waking up. Let me find it. It's second marriage of Abraham. I believe this is it. Give me a second, y'all. Let me do it like this because it it's just going to give us a better understanding of why we see what we see today. Because a lot of people are saying, if you're trying to keep the law, you're going to go to hell. It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel. It's not the law of Moses. They are the laws. They are the Most High's laws. I agree with that. It's just that Moses was the mediator, right? Shalom. It says, Paul gives us the commandments that we are to keep straight from Torah, and it's found in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 1 through 11. We're going to pull that up too. Good to see you, Warra. Let me find this real quick. I gotta pull this up. Let me see. Okay, I think I found it. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. This is gonna help us sort of understand why we see our people even attempt to keep the laws and everything. All right. This is an end time prophecy of Abraham concerning his seed, right? I'm gonna just start reading because I'm gonna try to get to it. It says, and a great punishment will befall the deeds of this generation from the Lord, and he will give them over to the sword and to judgment and to captivity and to be plundered and devoured. All right. He said he's going to give them over to captivity and to be plundered and to be devoured. And he will wake up against them the sinners of the Gentiles who have neither mercy nor compassion, and who will respect the person of none, neither old nor young, nor anyone, for they are more wicked and strong to do evil than all the children of men. So he said, I'm going to basically put y'all in captivity to the worst of the worst. And we can go to the beginning of Jubilees to show you that this is the case. Him scattering us among the nations was him scattering us among our enemies. All right, he never purposed to save them, but he did promise to save us from among them. It says, and they will use violence against Israel and transgress against Jacob, and much blood will be shed upon the earth, and there will be none to gather and none to bury. All this happened to our people, ranging from 70 AD all the way moving forward. The sub-Saharan slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, and even beyond, even to today, same thing is happening. Innocent blood being shed. It says, in those days they will cry aloud and call and pray that they may be saved from the hand of the sinners, the Gentiles, but none will be saved. All right. That goes back into when you look at during slavery, they talked about how our ancestors sung out and cried out to the Most High and sung spirituals. All right. It says, but none will be saved, and the heads of the children will be white with gray hair, and a child of 3 weeks will appear old like a man of 100 years, and their stature will be destroyed by tribulation and oppression. Talk about how we begin to look older because of this affliction. Young men looking older, stressed out, It says, watch this. It says, and in those days, the children will begin to study the laws and to seek the commandments and to return to the path of righteousness. All right. So we're living in these times now where the tribulation is on our people. And it's obvious, it's apparent. You know, when you look in the news, you look in the media, everything is about us, trying to provoke us one way or the other. You know, it's highlighting us, trying to get our attention. You see what I'm saying? But also during the same time, we see that many of our people are waking up to the truth of who we are, and they're beginning to study the laws and to seek the commandments. So this is why you see a lot of our people now today doing this, going back to the laws and going back to the commandments, because these are the things that got us separated from the Most High. It was not keeping the law, not keeping the commandments that got us separated. And little by little, the Most High removed our people from the land because of that. You have many teachers that teach that, nobody could keep the law. It was impossible for them to keep the law, right? When that's that in itself is that's misleading. That's deception. It was impossible to keep the law. The Bible tells us that the commandments are not grievous. If you read the law, what part of the law was impossible for them to keep? There was no part of the law that was impossible for them to keep. The Bible tells us that with a carnal heart, if a person has a carnal heart, that it's impossible for them to keep the law because they're not subject to the law of God. When you're not subject to the law, then it's impossible for you to keep it. That's the only thing that make it impossible. But this right here is letting us know why we see in the last days our people studying the laws and keeping the commandments. It says, and to return to the path of righteousness. Right, so the laws and the commandments of the Most High are the path of righteousness. That's the key to why we was able to remain in our land. What scripture was that? What scripture was that he put in there? I think it was War Raw. You said 1 Corinthians chapter 6. First Corinthians chapter 6. We're gonna look at this video in a minute. Verse 1 through 11. It said, dare any of you having a matter against another, go to the law before the unjust and not before the saints? Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? By the law, right? So by what law is he talking about right here? It says, know ye not that we shall judge angels? How much more things that pertain to this life? If ye then have judgments of things pertaining to this life, set them to judge who are least esteemed in the assembly, right? Because we should be able to judge the smallest matters by our law and by our constitution. You see what I mean? What about our law wouldn't apply today? What's going on, brother Kadar?
Shalom, shalom, all peace and glory, all praise to the Most High. Thanking Him for seeing another day to be able to get this word across. Shalom to you and everybody in the chat. I love this topic. I know you've been checking it out. I've been listening. I ain't gonna be on it long, so I got to get up early. But I would say to teach people not to keep the law. It shows we know we can't keep every single law that we because we're not in the land. But even come off your mouth to say something that I don't even want to say crazy. It's like um it's like the chief of police is telling people don't keep the law here. Just drive and do whatever.
Yeah, just have faith that you can drive 120 and you're gonna arrive in your destination, right?
Yeah. No laws. I think it's a road going to California. I heard is no speed limit.
Yeah,
I guess that's a prime example of not keeping the laws. Come on, man. The Messiah tells us in Matthew 6, I believe. Yeah, he says, if any man teach not to keep the least of his commandments, will be the least in the kingdom. And the commandments are the law. So come on, brothers. Come on, man.
yeah,
This is almost like, this is sad, man. This is some sad stuff. That's why we, look, why are you telling, now I'm talking to Israelite brothers. Them Christian guys don't know nothing. But if you telling Israelites not to keep the law, why you think we in this situation, y'all? That's crazy, ain't it?
right. That's why I say it's a misunderstanding about the law. You know, when Paul is going around, having this issue about the works of the law, people think that he's disputing with them over feast days and Sabbath days and things like that. When you know from the book of Acts on up, it tells you what they were disputing. It was over the circumcision. So he has a spirit of error. Yeah. So yeah, Acts 15 is the chapter, right, that really breaks it down. So now therefore why tempt ye God to put a yoke upon the neck of the disciples which neither the fathers nor we were able to bear. Talking about the circumcision, right? What was I doing with this? Oh, this is what Warrock brought out about the law. It says, I speak to your shame. It is so that there is not a wise man among you, not one that shall be able to judge between his brethren. For brother goeth to law with brother, and that before the unbelievers. Right? We got our own law that can judge things righteously. Now therefore there is utterly a fault among you, because ye go to the law with one another. Why do ye not rather take wrong? Why do ye not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Nay, ye do wrong and defraud, and that your brethren. You got the nerve to do wrong by your brother, then want to sue him. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of Elohim? Be ye not deceived, neither fornicators, right, nor idolaters. All of this stuff you're about to name is against the law. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind. Like what in all of this is not in the law? Nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of Elohim. And such were some of you, but ye are washed, but ye are sanctified, but ye are justified in the name of Adonai Yehoshua and by the Ruach of our Elohim. So what part of these things is not against the law? Like where name one of these that we can't go in the law and find and identify out of all these things he wrote. What's going on, Josiah?
Ain't nothing. What's up?
You got it.
Hey, I've been listening. Can you go back to what War Raw put up? And you answered the question. You said circumcision. All praise to the Most High. Shalom to the chat. I want to get right into it. Can you put that up when he was talking about the law, and you had said circumcision, talking about the circumcision? You know what I'm talking about?
Uh, when in Acts, this one,
Yeah. Okay. You said that yoke is circumcision, right?
yeah, yeah, that's what Acts 15 is talking about.
Okay. Go to Galatians 5.
Thought I was there already. Oh no, I'm gonna go this one. Galatians 5. Go ahead.
It says, "Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ has made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage." Right? That's what he's talking about, the yoke right there in Acts 15, right?
Yeah.
It says, "Behold, I, Paul, say unto you that if ye be circumcised, Christ shall profit ye nothing. For I testify again to every man that is circumcised that he is a debtor to do the whole law." Now, what is that talking about? The whole Torah or the whole law?
It's talking about the whole everything that's required to be justified under the law.
Go to Ezekiel 43 and 10.
And there was a reason why he was telling them that telling them this.
We're talking about the whole law. You as a debtor to do the whole law, right?
Yeah.
It says, "Thou son of man, show the house to the house of Israel, that they may be ashamed of their iniquity, and let them measure the pattern. And if they be ashamed of all that they have done, show them the form of the house, and the fashion thereof, and the going out thereof, and the coming in thereof, and all the form thereof, and all the ordinance thereof, and all the forms thereof, and all the law thereof, and write it in their sight, that they may keep the whole form thereof, and all the ordinance thereof to do them." Verse 12 said, "This is the law of the house upon the top of the mountains. The house limit, therefore, round about shall be most holy. Behold, this is the law of the house." So, which law are we not under? I will ask Christians that. Is the law of Moses and the law of God the same? Yes, because the law of God gave Moses the law. But are we under the law? I will ask Christians, what law are you talking about?
Hmm.
You know what, y'all? Yeah, that's so good. Shalom, Arthur. Um,
What's up, bro?
I got a Debo about this, y'all.
What you got?
Luke, Leviticus 4:20. Remember, they said that Christians or Israelites don't have to keep the law. So when we go to Leviticus 4:20, right?
Yeah.
What do that tell us, right? When y'all say this is the law right here, Leviticus,
Yeah.
Yep.
and he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin what offering. So shall he do with this, and the priest shall make an atonement for them and shall be forgiven them. So we think about take that. and we can go to Acts. I can just read Acts 13. Acts
Nah,
13 and 20.
I got one better. I got one better for you, Kadar. Go
Uh,
to Hebrews 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one,
Hebrews 10. Okay, yeah.
and then Galatians 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now,
Because
if we
these
don't,
Christians don't know what they're talking about.
yeah, so if we don't, if we say the law is done away with, we can't be forgiven. These dummies. I'm sorry. We can't be forgiven. So what are they talking about? That's part of the law.
What I want to go to both of those scriptures. Which one you had? I'm gonna go to Hebrews 10. What was the other one?
Josiah said,
The
when I
one that
said
Kadar had.
Acts 13 and 23, 24, but
Let's read.
yeah.
And then another one. Galatians 3 and 19.
Yeah, all of
So Acts
Galatians
13,
2
23,
into this.
24 says, of this man's seed have God, according to his promise, raised unto Israel a Savior. When John had preached before he before his coming, the baptism of repentance to all the people of Israel. So this is part of the law, and this was a prophecy coming from the Old Testament, right?
Hmm.
So if we don't keep the law, y'all, we can't be forgiven. This is crazy, man.
Yep. And you want the Hebrews 10?
Yep.
Start at 1.
I'm finna get there with you. Hold on.
In Galatians, I think it's Galatians
And what was
2.
that? What was that you just read? That Leviticus what? Kadar?
4 and 20.
Leviticus what? 4 and
4 and
20.
20.
I'm gonna read that again real quick. He said, and he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering. For a sin offering.
Mm-hmm.
So shall he do with this, and the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. Now watch this. Hebrews 10. It says, for the law, having a shadow of good things to come, and not the very image of the things, can never with those sacrifices which they offer year by year continually make the comers thereunto perfect. So it just said, it just called the law those sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
It says, for then would they not have ceased to be offered, because the worship once purged shall have no more conscience of sin. But in those sacrifices, there is a remembrance again made of sins every year. For it is not possible that the bloods of bulls and goats should take away sin.
Mm-hmm. Just letting you know what he came to fulfill, what he came to do away with.
We're not
Yeah,
under that.
yeah, you're right. So if you say the law, we're not supposed to keep the law, how could that be possible as in believing in the Messiah then?
Mm.
Exactly.
How? It's
He said, if you
crazy.
believe in me, he said, if you believe in me, you should not walk in darkness.
How can you be forgiven of your sins if you say, um, you're not supposed to follow the law? How? That's part of the law is the forgiveness, right? We put up bulls, goats, and it wasn't good enough in the Messiah. And that's another thing. I don't think Christians don't understand that. I'm talking about Israelites should understand that.
Yeah.
Christians don't. Israelites should understand that. And this is sad, man. This is really sad.
Well, think about this. If Israel got kicked out of the land for not keeping the law, then how was the law the issue?
Yep. Good question.
How was it? How was the law the issue when Israel got kicked out of the land for not keeping it? So now, according to the law, what was required, you know, everything that he just read, right? The ordinances and everything. All that was required under the law. So now that Mashiach came, now, why shouldn't it be obvious? Shouldn't we be able to make that obvious connection? We just read in Hebrews 10, the law having a foreshadowing of things to come. So that's why I keep saying when it comes to the law, what is the law? What are we talking about? Because Israel got kicked out of the land for not doing something the right way, not keeping the law. I'm gonna pull up a passage. Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna pull up something real quick.
That Hebrews, it talks about it was a shadow, but it also talks about that law was added because of something.
Yeah, added because of transgression.
That's the Galatians 3:19. So this law, the law of sacrifice, was added because of transgression. And what is transgression? Sin is transgression, right? Of the law. The 10 Commandments, the law. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I always said that if you have a law that was added because of transgression, sin is the transgression of the law, but you have a law that was added because of transgression, because
That's what
of
I'm
somebody
saying.
breaking the law.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Kadar.
So now look what y'all just said. Sin is the transgression of the law. So what is sin if you don't supposed to keep the law, y'all? How can you recognize? I mean, what you gonna say? I mean, this stuff is really crazy, man. I wish we can get
Hey,
these people
that
on here.
dude. Hey, that dude you sent me, that video you sent me, you finna
Yeah,
play him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come,
Yeah.
boy.
Smart Christian.
come on, man. I would love for him to be on this channel.
I
All
would
right,
love
so
to do. Go ahead.
look at this. Think about this, like in light of the law. This is Israel going into captivity. We read the Most High scattering them into captivity. In Lamentations, it says, Yahweh had purpose to destroy the wall of the daughter of Zion. He has stretched out a line. He have not withdrawn his hand from destroying. Therefore, he made the rampart and the wall to lament. They languish together. Her gates are sunk into the ground. He have destroyed and broken her bars. Her king and her princes are among the Gentiles. Then it says, the law is no more. Her prophets also find no vision from the Lord. So when you look at the law in this context, does this sound like something that they couldn't do, or does this sound like something that they long to do? Does the law seem like something impossible for them to do in this context, or do it sound like something that they missing? You know, something that they need in order to remain in the land. It says the law is no more because the king and the princes are among the Gentiles. There is no prophets with no visions, and the city is destroyed. So the law is no more. Right? And then when you look at it in this context, in Jeremiah chapter 4, uh, where is it at? Is it Jeremiah, the 4th chapter?
What you looking for?
where it said, "Thou shalt discontinue from the heritage."
Uh, he's telling Jeremiah, even he
17.
did discontinue.
Yeah, Jeremiah 17:4. My bad. When it says, "And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not, for ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever." So right here, we see that it said they're gonna discontinue from the heritage. But in Lamentations, it says the law is no more because everybody's scattered and
Mm.
removed from the
Mm.
land. So what law are we talking about?
Exactly.
What y'all got on that?
Well, back to what you said. Is something wrong with the law? Paul said the law is good. He said, I'm carnal. So it was never the law, it was us, the heart.
Hmm.
Most High already told us he didn't give us a heart to perceive.
So part of the
Right?
heritage is the law, right?
Yeah.
What you
I would
say that?
say so.
Yeah. hmm
I would say look at what Hebrews 8 say. Because a lot of people like to say, well, it was impossible. They couldn't keep the law, right? Look at what Hebrews 8 say. Hebrews 8, verse 8, it says, "For finding fault with them, he said, Behold, the days come, said Yahuwah, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah." So who did he find fault with? That he had to make a new covenant.
And the fault with our ancestors. Uh,
Hmm.
And why
The
is
house of
Moses
Israel and the house of Judah.
and why is Moses saying that when we're in the land of our captivity, that we're going to return, right? Let me read it again.
Baruch precept that Baruch chapter 2 verse 30. A precept that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
what Deuteronomy.
Yeah, what you
Yep,
read
that's the
earlier
Uh,
perfect
with Moses.
precept to right
hmm
yeah,
right here. This Deuteronomy 30. Go with Baruch 2.
yeah. I had
He
brought
didn't want to
that out.
read that. Uh that faithful to God dude. He didn't want to read the last
Yeah,
um
he blocked me for
you
that.
remember that
Remember we
though?
went on? Yeah, he blocked me for that.
Yep. He didn't want to read the last two verses of that.
Look,
Go ahead.
it says, "And shall return unto Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children with all thine heart and with all thy soul." So it says when we return that we're going to obey his voice according to all that the children of Israel was commanded that day. You see that?
Um we talking about the law, right?
Yeah.
It says obey my voice, right? What does that talk? What do that mean according to the scriptures to obey his voice? Because people just say Abraham had faith, but it says Abraham obeyed his voice too.
Yeah.
So what's the definition of obey his voice?
It's talking
Genesis
about.
tw-
Go ahead.
Genesis 26:5 talks about because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. That's what it means to obey his voice. Go ahead, bro.
Found
So
the
just
Debo to that. If you say you love me, keep what, y'all? My commandments, right? So it's the commandments, the law. This is the thing they're going to struggle with. Because what
The
Christians try to
commandments
do
is
is
in the law.
separate in the law, exactly. So Romans 7 tells you that the commandments is the law, right? It's holy in the spirit. So it's together, but this is what Christians try to do, separate the commandments from the law.
Christ said these two commandments hang the law. The commandments is in the law. Love God with all thy heart, love thy brother as you love yourself. That hangs the law because the commandments is in the law.
all right. So can we can we do things like eat swine and that type of thing?
Not according to Isaiah, what's that, 61, 66?
According to Isaiah 66, that's future, right?
Yep.
So what would you? How would we classify people who doing that now? All the stuff like, and this just I'm not trying to get into that. But just as an example, right? Those of our people who doing that, how do we qualify that now? I know I told a brother one time, if we were in our land, would we be doing this? He said no. So I just said simply eating swine and all that, that's a part of our curse. Because it's almost like you don't even have to go looking for it. They sneak it into everything. So even without going and requesting it, a lot of the stuff you buy has it in there in one form or another. So it's a part of our curse.
is it um is it true according to the doctors that swine make you sick?
I know that it's true according to them that we're not supposed to eat it.
Most definitely. Also, it breaks down your immune system, so you can't fight off diseases.
But who ultimately makes you sick though? What makes you sick? If you read the curses of Deuteronomy 28, it talks about he will bring sickness upon us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we are to or we are commanded to keep the commandments, that's all of them. That's including the dietary law. Micah 6 says, therefore also will I make thee sick and smiting thee, and make thee desolate because of thy sins. So the Most High will make you sick if you eating swine.
And you know what? That right there is a hard struggle of some of these Israelites to hold on to Christianity. They want to eat this swine.
You'd be surprised that a lot of them that's really what they be really all about. But
And that's why they can't see. That's why the eyes, the veils are still. That's what's wrong with them. Can't see.
yeah, let me. Oh, wow, thought I just had this video up, but give me a second. Fair use. This is it's that dude decides say he don't like
No, I don't like him.
The bald head liar.
Yep.
It says, "Are Christians ever told to keep the law?" All right. That's the name of this video. It's by the Smart Christian channel. All right. Hold on. Let me get it on. He had the boy Alton Johnson on there. Go. Fair use.
Say what?
So he had the boy Alton Johnson on the intro.
Oh my God.
Fair use. This is a Christian's take on the law, and should Christians keep the law, and anybody keeping the law, what do they believe about that? All right, fair use.
Oftentimes you hear people say what they don't know or what they think they know. Oftentimes you hear people try to repeat what they think they heard, but it may not be what they heard. Oftentimes people say what wasn't said as though it was said. That is the case sometimes when you speak to people about the law. Now, let me be clear. Let me be crystal clear. Christians are not to keep the law. As a matter of fact, if you try to keep the law, if you are engaging in keeping the law, you cannot be saved. Now, here's
Christians are not to keep the law. What y'all say about that?
Christians are not to keep the law.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him, what do Christian mean, and what law you talking about?
Yeah, because Israel was told to keep the law. So when he's saying it's Christian, this guy don't know nothing, man. Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah.
I bet you don't have to shave his head. Anyway, he don't know nothing.
A permanent bald head. I would agree to an extent, because
Yeah, most definitely. Because Israel have to keep the law. Not to say Christian.
yeah, and according to Psalms 50, it say what have you to take my my covenant in your mouth to the wicked, right? We know his understanding of Christian is.
He even taking that word Christian. Christian, the Jews was called Christians. They even take the Christian from us.
Yeah,
All nations want to call Christian. We're the Christians.
They stole every damn thing. But Psalm 119, he give his law unto Jacob, his statutes, his commandments unto Israel. So yeah, I would agree. Fair use.
what I did not say. I did not say that you should live in a lawless fashion. I did not say that you should go and start breaking rules. I did not say that you should start going against things that God has said not to do. I did not say it's okay to kill.
So what is that?
It's okay to steal. It's
so what is that? End of the commandments? End of the law?
Right.
So that sounds confusing, don't it? He started off confusing.
Like, don't keep the law, but
keep the law.
Yeah. And that's why I said, when you hear Paul telling them, those who get circumcised, you fallen from grace, what is he really talking about? is the issue really getting circumcised in your flesh, or is
No.
it
It's
circumcision of the heart?
It's the heart, bro. It's the heart. If you think you're justified by your circumcision only, then Christ profits you nothing.
Exactly. That's why he said,
If you really think, like for real, if you really think because you circumcised, you're gonna make it to the kingdom. That's what it's saying. Justified meaning you there. God justified you. You cool. You're not. Your heart got to be right too.
yeah. That's what that was about. That's why he said, circumcision verily profits if you keep the law.
Exactly. Also, when you look at circumcision, right? If circumcision was all we had to do from Abraham, why were we putting up bulls and goats and stuff for sacrifice for sin? You see that?
Exactly.
Yeah, I tell you, boy.
And check this out, Kadar. Abraham was uncircumcised and he kept the law and he got the circumcision, the covenant of circumcision, because he kept the law when he was uncircumcised.
Most definitely, exactly. Whew. So I mean, I don't know, man. This guy right here, whoever listens, this Alton Johnson's brother, got to be.
Milk the head ass.
Smart Christian, you can see it in the head. Where you?
Adultery is okay. I did not say those things are the case. Anyone who thinks that what I am ascribing to is antinomianism, this person is a person that does not understand how to comprehend. Again, the Bible is clear what Christians are to abide by. The Bible has told us, especially the majority of people who are believers, who are of the faith, who have no idea what it means to be under the law. Even now, there are Christians who can go and read their Bible and read about the law and still have no idea, no firm understanding of what it means, or what the law means, what the commandments are. They see the word commandment and in their mind, bam, 10 commandments. That's all I know. But that's not the text. As a matter of fact, we're going to go and look and see how the word the law is used and how the word commandments is used. What is the law and how are we to abide by it? Are we to abide by it? Are we under the law? People are going to say things such as, no, we're not under the law. We're saved by grace in one vein. And then the next vein turn around and say that, but you still must keep the law. Don't they realize that when you say that you must keep the law, that means you are under the law? And if I ask the question, if you don't keep the law, will you lose your salvation? Will you be unsaved? Well, no. Well, you hear the hemming and hawing. What we're saying is you're saved by grace, but you must keep the law. Then you're not saved by grace. Paul brings this point up. This was the issue that Paul was arguing with, that Paul was dealing with in the book of Galatians, as well as other books, particularly also the book of Acts.
None of this makes sense whatsoever.
This guy is one dumb guy. You hear what this guy was just saying?
I just told my wife I can't even take it.
This guy's dumb.
I just told her that.
But look what he's saying. He's saying if you saved by grace, you don't have to keep the law. What did Paul say? What did Paul say? Huh? In Romans 7 about the law.
He said the law is spiritual.
What is he talking about? They don't even know what spiritual means. This guy is stupid.
He have no idea what he's talking about.
Because we saved by grace, basically, should we sin? God forbid, idiot. Sin is a transgression of the law. This dude's stupid. I don't want to, man. I ain't gonna talk to him. I'm getting upset.
I can't even take it.
He got to be Alton Johnson's brother. I bet if you think he'll debate somebody, I would like to see if we get him on here, and you debate him.
He gonna stay over there. I don't
We
think he gonna
know
do it.
we know he his spiritual brother in Christ.
Who, Anthony Johnson?
Yeah. They spiritual brothers in Christ.
Kendall looking ass.
I would ask him, what is going on in the New Testament?
Look his face.
Y'all see how these people don't even understand what's going on in the New Testament, y'all? And I know we ain't the only one got this information, y'all. This can't be true. What is going on?
We
Why
just
can't
read it.
people? Yeah, but what I'm saying,
All I
why
gotta do is
can't
read.
people understand what's going on in the New Testament?
Cause they're not reading,
Israel
bro.
is up under slavery, idiots. You up here talking about? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. If people would understand what's going on in the New Testament, in the history, everything come in play then. But when you don't understand what's going on in the New Testament, you gonna speak like this guy, man. He's been twisted worse than one of those inflatable tubes men on the cart lot. And it's sad because he don't know what he's talking about. And if I was in front of this guy, my facial expression be like, "What are you talking about?" You can be said, "Listen, y'all, can you understand what this dude is talking about, right? It's some people wasn't even keeping the law to the fullness, even at that time, but they did believe in the Messiah and they got out of Dodge. That's how they got saved, damn it. This
Mhm.
guy don't know what he's talking about, man.
That's why I said the way they look at the law is a disservice. They looking at the law all wrong. We should okay. We should want to keep our law. At this point in our existence, we know who we are, what we've been through. We should want to keep our law at this point because we see how lawless the nations are. You see what I mean? Uh, what the Bible say? We read where it said that they're gonna start to study the laws, right? It said that in Jubilees. It said in those days the children will begin to study the laws and to seek the commandments and to return to the paths of righteousness. Uh, what's that scripture that say righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach? Where is that at? RG. Righteousness exalts a nation. I say Proverbs
34. 14 and
Proverbs
34. 14:34. Run that back. What's up, man?
Run it back, Turbo. He in the chat.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Proverbs.
And then
It said righteousness exalts a nation. It says, but sin is a reproach. What is sin? Just think about the weight of this passage right here. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. We know that sin is the transgression of the law. What if the Most High said will happen as a result of us keeping the law or keeping his righteousness? He said we will be exalted above the nations. He said that the nations will fear us. He said that we will be above only and not beneath. All these things would happen as a result of us keeping the commandments, keeping the law. The very law that Christians will have you believe that if you try to keep now, that you're gonna go to hell. But we in hell. Go ahead, bro.
I was just looking at War Raw. What did he say? You see this comment right here? I
Yeah, I
don't
see
know
it.
what he. Yeah, he
I think
might
he
be going back
misunderstood
for
us.
somebody in the chat. Huh?
I think he
I don't
misunderstood
understand what
us.
he's talking about. We didn't go against what he was saying. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what we was
Huh?
confirming. What you read in that First Corinthians. That's why we
Yeah, we
said
weren't going
all of
against
that.
what you saying.
Yeah, all of that
Yeah,
was in the law.
we witnessing you. Yeah.
Yeah, they must have took us the wrong way. No, we didn't go against that.
Hey, look at that last part of that scripture. It says a reproach to any people. Sin is a reproach to any people. Now, didn't the Most High say we'll be a reproach to all the people that we scattered among?
Yeah,
We sinned. How come all nations are not a reproach?
exactly. And that goes back once again. We sinned by transgressing the law. In other words, because our people sinned or broke the law, the Most High scattered them.
We was guilty.
But this the same law that Christians want you to believe that if you trying to keep, you're gonna go to hell. So watch this. I'm gonna show y'all something right quick. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Hold on. Hold up. Because people talk about it's Hebrews chapter 7, right? Watch this. Hebrews 7. Where is Hebrews? I can't see. Hebrews 7. Hebrews 7 and 12. I'm going to start in 11. They say, if therefore perfection were by the Levitical priesthood, for under it the people received the law, what further need was there that another priest should rise after the order of Melchizedek and not be called after the order of Aaron? For the priesthood being changed, there is made of necessity a change also of the law. What is Paul talking about right here when he said for the priesthood being changed from after the order of Aaron to the order of Melchizedek? It said there is of necessity a change also of the law. What is Paul talking about?
If you keep reading down, it's still talking about Hebrews 10.
How far he reading down?
Just read 13. It's talking about the altar.
It says, for he of whom these things are spoken pertaineth to another tribe, of which no man gave attendance at the altar.
What you doing at the altar?
That's when you're doing the sacrifices and everything.
Sacrifice. Thank you. Because
What is it?
evidence. Go ahead, read that. It's going to explain itself.
It say, for it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood.
So he's not even supposed to be a priest, right? Not saying it in that way. You get what I'm saying?
Well, on that note, the first The first high priest wasn't a Levite.
You're right. You're right.
The Levite priesthood was always a shadow.
You're right.
But watch this though, because he said the priesthood changed. Under the priesthood, we received the law, right? We received the ordinances. We received the covenant on Mount Sinai. Under the Levitical priesthood, Moses being the mediator. But when he said there's a necessity, a change in the law because there was a change in the priesthood, what was the change in the law? Watch this. This is the change in the law. Matthew 5, verse 21. It says, ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not murder, and whosoever shall murder shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. Whosoever shall say to his brother, Rakah, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say thou fool shall be in danger of hellfire. Now, is this not a change in the
That's
law?
Yeah, he said, but I say unto you.
So what did he do? What did he do? What was the change? Go ahead.
I'm gonna get it verbatim. Go to Isaiah 42 and 21. It's going from the tablets to the heart.
So he magnified it.
Exactly.
And that's what you're finna read.
Sure is. Let me get it. The Lord is well pleased for his righteousness' sake. He will magnify the law and make it honorable. Magnify the law.
Like you can't get around, okay, you can wiggle around thou shalt not murder. Like I even heard a elder in Israel one time say, you know, it's all right for you to look at another woman as long as you don't do nothing. I heard elders in Israel say stuff like that before, you know. But when you do it like this magnifying it, this the change in the law.
Why do you think it says in Hebrews 10 that those sacrifices couldn't make the camels perfect? Because there's a remembrance of sin every year. But when Christ offered, he was the perfect sacrifice pertaining to the conscience. I mean, and when Christ died, you shouldn't sin no more.
Yeah. That's the ultimate thing right there.
You should not sin no more if Christ died for your sin. That's why we don't understand what they're talking about when they say we're not supposed to keep the law. That's what you think grace is for.
Exactly. It's just space. It's just a time period. That's a lot.
He said grace and truth came by the Messiah.
Yeah.
If grace and he had an example of grace and truth. What he told that woman when they tried to stone her.
Yeah.
He that is without sin cast the first stone. And then he told her, go and sin no more. So he gave her grace and he gave her truth by telling her not to sin no more.
Yeah. I got a nice video on that too. On that the woman quote unquote caught in adultery. Because a lot of people believe that she was actually a woman caught in adultery, right? How can a woman be caught in adultery? Only if she's married, right? and she had to be caught in adultery with somebody. But like I said, I got something good on that. But
And what to do
he's,
with that?
yeah, but then that's where you got to go to the law to see what was actually going on, because they was tempting him because they didn't think he knew the law.
Right.
She wasn't supposed to be stoned in that situation, no way. But they tempted him to see if he knew the law. It says, look at this. It says, "Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you that whosoever looketh on the woman to lust after her have committed adultery with her already in his heart." Right, setting a whole new standard. "Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery." Right? It says, "It had been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. But I say unto you that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery. And whoso shall marry her that is divorced committeth adultery." See? Now this is magnifying the law because, this happens a lot. You see what I mean? But he's saying, but I say unto you, you heard it was said by them of old time, right? Again, ye have heard it has been said by them of old time, Thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is the Lord's throne, neither by earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Right? So forth the song. Ye have heard it has been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you. So we see that there's a change if we read through this whole chapter, this Matthew chapter 5. Right? We go here and they read where he say, "Think not that I'm come to destroy the law or the prophets." Right? Then it says, "Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called least in the kingdom." Which commandments? What least commandments? If you keep reading, he goes right into it. And right before he get into that, he say, "For I say unto you, except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven." Because their righteousness was based on the letter, what the law was saying.
Also, you that is very true. Also, the scribes and the Pharisee, they was hypocrites. They said, but they did not. And I think Warrior, I think you having a misunderstanding of what we actually bringing out.
Say, how many of you Israelites are a part? Nobody. That's the
Nobody.
whole point.
That's the whole point we're saying. I think you misunderstand what we're saying.
Nobody. That's not to say that, many of us are not circumcised in the flesh, but it wasn't according to the 8th day.
Exactly. When they came out of Egypt, when
I,
Joshua, when they brought them to the land, he had to circumcise them, and they was grown men.
Yeah.
I understand what he's saying. Look at the one about 70 AD. I see what he's using. He
Yeah.
said, 70 AD destruction of Jerusalem. Now Israel is in captivity. No laws were kept during slavery. And the thing is, a lot of laws that we have in the land we can't keep. That's not what we're saying. These people are teaching that we don't supposed to keep the law. You don't teach Christians or Israelites not to teach the law. The scripture said, don't do that.
Yeah.
And
So
then
I
look at
see what he's saying, but the scripture said, don't do that. I'm not going to teach nobody not to keep the law. That's the whole Bible. That case, without sin, without the law, If you teach people you don't have to keep the law, you don't have sin. You can't sin and the laws hand in hand. Don't make
Exactly.
sense.
Right.
And,
It's
and,
like,
and look what we're reading.
yeah. It's like how did we end up in the situation we in? By not doing the very thing that Christians are trying to tell us if we do it, we're going to hell. Well, we in hell. You see what I mean? That's why it has to be understood. Christianity doing a disservice to this understanding of law. And you
Okay.
got a lot of teachers in Israel that's doing a major disservice, another disservice, because they teaching the same thing, not giving people the proper understanding of the law. But that's the change in the law. The change in the law is magnifying the law. Fair use.
Was not Paul just only, but also the entirety of the church, also in Colossians, also in Corinth. And so Paul brings this issue up because people simply want to be under the law. It's amazing. I don't understand it, how you've got so many people who have a problem with Israel, but they want to be Israel, have a problem with Jews, but want to be Jews, want to keep the law, want to go under the law. You do realize that was a failure, a monumental failure of the majority of people who lived under the law. They could not keep it. There's a reason for it. As a matter of fact, I don't think that most people even understand what the purpose of the law is. So let me ask you guys a question. I just want to see what you guys think. Are Christians supposed to keep the law? Now, I told you what I think, but I don't speak for you. I don't think for you. Are Christians supposed to keep the law? As a matter of
Kadar, he said that they couldn't keep the law.
Well, we can show examples of people that kept the law. And the thing is, he said, I want to show y'all the purpose of the law. I'm waiting on that.
Yeah.
The purpose of the law is sin, idiot.
Can I read something real quick?
Yeah.
Real quick. 1 Peter 4:15. It says, "But let none of you suffer as a murderer, or as a thief, or as an evildoer, or as a busybody in other men's matter. Yet, if any man suffer as a Christian, let him be not ashamed, but let him glorify God on this behalf." So if you're a Christian, you are keeping the law. Because it says not to suffer as an evildoer, or a thief, or a murderer. That's the law, ain't it?
Yeah. That's going against the law. Yep. Exactly.
So if you're suffering for being a Christian, you're suffering for not being a murderer, a thief, or evildoer, or a busybody.
But see, you know what they say? They say that, we're not saying that you're not supposed to live a righteous life.
Yeah, but they contradicting themselves.
Watch. I mean, a lot of people say, they couldn't keep the law, right? This Romans chapter 8. And 8:5, it says, "For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the spirit, the things of the spirit. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Because the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be." So for anybody saying that, they couldn't keep the law, we can't keep the law, this is why. So then they that are in the flesh cannot please Elohim. Carnal minds can't please God because you're not subject to the law of God.
and that's perfect because it's talking about the flesh, right?
Yeah.
Go to 1 Peter 4.
First Peter 4.
It says, "For as much then as Christ has suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourself likewise with the same mind. For he that suffered in the flesh hath ceased from sin."
Hmm. That he no longer should live the rest of his time in the flesh to the lust of men, but to the will of God.
Christian means follower of Christ, right?
Yep. Then it goes into the works. For the time past of our life may suffice us to have wrought the will of the Gentiles when we walk in lasciviousness, lust,
You were
excess of wine,
Gentiles.
revelings, banquetings, and abominable idolatries. Right, wherein they think it strange that ye run not with them to the same excess of riot, speaking evil of you,
Hmm.
who shall give account to him that is ready to judge the quick and the dead. So all this is stuff that's against the law. Everything goes back to that.
One more, bro.
Go ahead.
1 Peter 2:20.
Scroll up.
Mm-hmm. It says, "For what glory is it if, when ye be buffered for your faults, you should take it patiently? But if, when you do well and suffer for it, you take it patiently, this is acceptable with God. For even hereunto were ye called, because Christ also suffered for us, leaving us an example that ye should follow his steps, who did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth." So if you follow him, you're not going to sin.
Exactly. You're not going to transgress the law.
So don't Christians say that means they'll follow Christ? Christian, that's what
They
they
tell
say,
us not
right?
to keep the law.
You they tell you not to keep the law. Man, I'm ready to get off, y'all. I gotta go to bed, but this is good. Peace.
All right, bro.
Fair use. This is, the Christian understanding of the law.
In fact, Corey, why didn't you just do this first time? So I'll go ahead and make a poll. Let's do a poll. How about that? Are Christians, if I can spell correctly, Christians supposed to keep the law? You only have two. You only have yes or no. There is no I don't know. Yes or no. What do you think? Love to see what you think. I know of a certain group of people. As a matter of fact, there are several groups who believe that you're to keep the law. These are non-Christian groups. Let me say it again. I don't care how nice you are. I don't care how much agreement we have on things. But if you are proposing to people that they are to keep the law, you are not a Christian. I'm sorry. I don't care if you like this Seventh-day Adventist. I don't care if you like this Hebrew roots movement person. I don't care if this person I wouldn't care if they have 80% of the other doctrine correct. If they fail on that doctrine, they cannot be saved. We'll go to Paul. We'll appeal to Paul. You remember Paul? Paul is a Jew, a Pharisee of Pharisees of the tribe of Benjamin. Yet we're going to go to him and see what Paul says about this. Amen. Let me go back over here and just look at just really briefly. I know it's pretty early in our poll, but I just want to see 89% say no, 11% say yes. I'm praying for the 11%. Hopefully the 11% made a mistake. Hopefully they just, you know what, I pushed the wrong button. Corey, hey, listen, that's one vote that you shouldn't count. We can't fix it, but hopefully they just made a mistake.
I bet you if you asked a Christian what part of the law, if you're saying that a person can't be saved for keeping the law, what part of the law could cause a person not to be saved if you kept it. You see what I mean? If we're
Yeah, that's a good question.
if we okay, we just read how because Israel didn't keep the law, the Most High scattered them. That was a punishment. So you're going to punish them for something they couldn't do because they teach you that they couldn't keep the law. So punish them for something they couldn't do. Scatter them into all the nations and hold them fully accountable for something that they couldn't do. What sense does that make? But this is what Christianity does. It twists everything up to where Christians don't even make those connections. Israel was scattered into all the kingdoms of the earth and forced to serve in those kingdoms because they didn't keep the law. The law of animal sacrifice was added because of the transgression of the law. But that law wasn't good enough to atone for the sins because it did nothing for the conscience. It's kind of like today, you know, if you have the means to buy yourself out of a situation, get a good lawyer, you know, then you're going to do that. You got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, you know, you can afford to sin a little bit. And that was the mindset of our people. And the priests did it no justice because they weren't carrying out the judgments. You know, it was people who were supposed to have been put to death and you know, serve certain penalties for what they did, but because they was able to pay the priest off, the priest held back the judgments. This is what was going on. This is what happens today. Same concept. They weren't carrying out the judgments of the Most High. So part of our punishment, or the main judgment, was us being scattered into all the kingdoms of the earth, no longer able to abide by our laws. See, whereas we had a culture that says thou shalt not steal, now we have to live in neighborhoods and wonder, you know, if somebody gonna try to steal from us or break in our homes, or, you know, just for the most part, that's what's happening. Thou shalt not covet. You see, you got to lock all your stuff up because somebody might hop your fence and steal your barbecue grill or something. You never know. Anything. We had a culture and laws that pretty much kept these things intact for us, but we sinned and we started to go against these things in our land, and so the Most High scattered us among the people. And now we have to worry about these things on a day-to-day basis. You got any thoughts, bro?
Nah, right now. Yep.
Hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. All right, fair use.
But I want to ask this question: when the Bible speaks about the law, what does the law mean? Can anyone tell us what is the law? What is entailed in the law? How do we even describe the law? Pretty interesting. Matter of fact, what I did was I went ahead and something that I want to offer you guys, and I'll go ahead. I'll put it in a couple times. You don't have to go by this. It just kind of gives you a guide. I want you to see it, and I'll give it to you in just a little bit. But you don't have to take my words for it. You could just go and just peruse all of the different scholars that have written about it. Now, where can you go and find all of the different scholars that have written about this issue?
Now you want to start talking about scholars and commentaries, but let's just to prove how dumb these Christians are, right? Let's just take something, for example, the dietary law, right? The Most High told Israel that it's certain animals that they could eat, certain animals that they should stay away from, and he showed them how to identify those animals, right? Let's take, for instance, the waters, right? He told us not to eat anything under the water that don't have both fins and scales. But what do we do? Just in general as a nation, what do? We go against that, right? We go against what the Most High said not to eat in the waters, right? And as a result of that, what happens? Look at how much of the waters are polluted now. Look at how much of the waters are being drained and polluted. You know, because the creatures that the Most High made to filter and clean the water, they can't do their job because we eating them. So now what's wrong? Now look at what you have with the water. All these chemicals they have to dump into the water just to purify it. That's causing all types of, biohazards and health issues. Just that one thing alone, just look at how it destroys a nation. It says sin is a reproach to any people. You see what I mean? They digging so damn far deep into the water, they finding stuff that we don't even know was there. And guess what they doing? They doing the same thing they doing to the shrimps, the lobsters, the crabs. They eating everything. They eat anything they dig up, y'all. The mummies and all that. That's why I don't believe they talking about they got the King Tut mummy and all. They don't have that stuff, man. That stuff is gone. They devoured all of that, man. See, they eat all that stuff, then they tell you King Tut is white. Then they say, well, we got the proof, we got the evidence. No, you don't. Because y'all eat every damn thing. But just look at that alone, the nature that it causes. What you eat, right? Now we're looking at the nation, all these reports of cannibalism that's going on, that's been going on because of the nature of sin, the demand for what sin brings. But y'all said they been ate him. Yeah, he out of there. They done put him in tea and everything else. I want to tell you they got evidence. But you got people like this telling you that, you're going to go to hell for keeping God's law. When number one, it wasn't given to everybody. It was only given to one people who had, if they had not broke it, we wouldn't be in the condition that we in now. See, the Most High never told us don't eat the swine because the swine got all these worms and all. He just said don't eat it because The swine don't chew grass. It got a split hoof and it's cloven footed, but it don't chew grass. So don't eat it. We had to eat it to find out, oh, damn, this thing got 600 types of worms in his body. Oh, damn, this thing eat its own feces. You know, Most High gave us clear warning of what to do, what not to do. But we had to go and find out all the other stuff.
It said it is unclean to you, right? After he told us not to eat those things, right?
Yeah,
Then he said he gonna save us from all our uncleanness.
yeah, from all of it.
All of it.
So we don't even know what
He,
clean is.
he said, "What is the law for eating?" He said, "What's the judgment for eating swine?" Read Isaiah 66.
Yeah. I mean, just look around you. Look at the judgments that's happening daily and currently. You know,
Yep.
when you talk about the law, right? What part of God's law wouldn't make today's society better? According to God's law, if you find somebody's property, you're supposed to return it to them, right? Simple. What happens today if somebody find your wallet, they got $1,000 in it? You might be lucky to get the wallet back. More likely that money gonna be gone. And you might get your wallet back, you might get a call or something, they might turn it into the mailbox or something like that. They gonna keep the money. You see what I mean? That's a standard according to God's law. If you do wrong, there's a penalty for it. There's no respect of persons according to God's law, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is what happens when you don't look at the law under that frame. The law is the heritage, God's heritage that he gave to Israel in order for them to remain in the land. You have to abide by these laws, statutes, commandments, and judgments. That's why he told them, if you in the land, if anybody entice you to go worship another God, it say your hands should be the first ones on them. That's judgment. That's the judgment of
And
somebody who does that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Layla. Is he trying to say that he can eat swine because it says the children of Israel shall eat defiled bread among the Gentiles? Are you saying because it says that we supposed to purposely eat defiled bread?
Right. It's letting you know the curse we under. Saying you gonna do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Say you're gonna eat your bread defiled among the Gentiles. Yeah.
You gotta use another. You gotta go to another scripture to interpret what that's talking about.
Yeah, let's get some more of this. We ain't gonna look at all of it.
Yep.
I just wanted to get a little bit.
Well, it'd be hard to sit and read all of them all at once, but if you can kind of get a combination of what they all have done, kind of in a summary fashion of what they spoke about and where they wrote about it, Hebrew scholars, Old Testament scholars, folks who understand the law, some of them who happen to be Jew themselves. By the way, how about if you ask a Jew, whether they be a believing Jew, a Messianic Jew or a non-believing Jew, they can tell you what the law is. As a matter of fact, the Bible does a good enough job too. But if you want to just go and look at some of these commentaries, you can go to a place like Logos where they have a combination of all these different commentaries. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe it's helpful to see what others say about it. Now, they might be wrong too, but you can at least see what they say, see what they think. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the chat, I'm going to put this deal that I'm not going to share with you. You'll just go and look at it for yourself. But this is me having a conversation with Logos about the law. So when God refers to law, does he mean ceremonial law, the moral law, etc., or does he mean all of it? Now, go ahead and let you read it later at your leisure. Don't go and click on it now. By the way, if you do, really quickly, if you do happen to go and click on that, if you don't,
you're just going into some commentary type stuff. What? Let me see. What do the Bible say the law is? Let me see. Computer freezing again. What is the law according to Scripture?
Life.
The law is life. The law is light. Proverbs chapter 6. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 23 says, "For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life." For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life. So the law is our instruction, basically. It instructs us on how to serve the Most High. That's what a lamp do, right? It gives you light. So by the law, we're instructed on how the Most High deals with us. You know what I mean? If we do certain things or if we don't do certain things, it's by the law that we know what the Most High like and what he don't like. Otherwise, you'll do like most Christians and just be in the spirit, doing all kind of wrong stuff, doing everything wrong in the spirit.
Doing everything wrong in the spirit.
See, and that's why when it tell you that's what the scriptures is for. One of the purposes of the scripture, instruct us.
Mm-hmm. Correction. Yep.
Because I mean, in all respect, the Most High is particular about, what he want. You know what I mean? He's particular. If he say, don't serve any other gods, don't put no other gods before me, don't make mention of no other gods. What other God is that particular that you know of, or anybody? You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. How many other people have this belief that, you have to respect everybody's religious beliefs, and, you have to respect everybody. What the Most High say about other people's gods? What do he say do to them?
Destroy them, and don't even make mention of them in your mouth.
He say don't have no respect for them. Tear them down. You know what I mean? Whereas, any other God might say, man, you can do whatever. The Most High said, look, make sure your garments don't have mixed fabrics on them. You see what I mean? Make sure when you cook the meat, make sure you put salt on it. You see what I mean? What that tell you about these other nations? Like now you look around, they doing all this seasoning. Where y'all think they get that from? In the woods with all these seasonings. You're in the middle of the woods. You got all the seasonings. They get that from us because our God say don't offer nothing to him that ain't seasoned. Season the food, man. So all that just showing how particular the Most High is and how we got to be instructed. You know, on this day, show up to this location. You know, 3 times a year, show up here at this location where I choose to put my name at, and bring this with you. Don't come empty-handed.
What's so hard about following those instructions?
Well, the only thing hard about it is when you want to serve other gods.
Exactly.
Fair use.
Already have Logos, then what it's going to tell you is you can go and get a move this out of the way also, or you can see that little link part in you're there, take part in the Smart Christian Study Bundle, and then also receive the $700 Hebrew and Greek study, to where you can learn to speak or day for that, unless they decide to extend it. But I want you guys to go and take a look at that. Again, you don't have to go by that. What they're saying is not the gospel, but it still, at the very least, is what other scholars, not Corey. Corey's not the be all to end all. I go and I do my research as well. Now, I want to ask someone, please tell me where in the Bible, if you believe, some of those people who believe that we are, some of those 11% who believe that we are supposed to keep the law, where do you get that from? Maybe you don't understand what the law is. And now listen, the law is pretty encompassing. The law is just not the 10 Commandments. As a matter of fact, let's look at what the Bible calls the law. Let's look at not all of the times, because we don't have that much time, but let's look and see what the Bible calls the law. Forget what Corey calls the law. Let's look at what the Bible refers to as the law. How about in Luke 10:26? And he said to him, what is written in the law? How does it read to you? So now in Luke 10:26, what he's speaking of is the actual law. Excuse me, I got to put my eye. Luke 10:26, he's referring to the Torah, the first 5 books. In that case, he's clearly referring to that being the law. By the way, that's what the Torah is. The Torah is the law. But then he also speaks again in Luke 2:23. He says, as it is written in the law.
She said Corey Minor is a felon who conned people out of 3.4 million. So maybe he's trying to get his forgiveness. Maybe he's trying to get his forgiveness through Jesus. It seems that to be all you're concerned about every time I listen is, do you eat pork, seafood? That is not a salvation issue. Well, it actually is, War. Once again, when you look at what we eat, what the Most High told Israel not to eat, that's one of the essential parts of being holy or set apart from the nations. So the fact that we eating those things is just a part of our curse. You know, and part of our curse said that we would pine away in the land of our enemies. And one of the ways we're doing that is by the foods that our enemies are providing for us. So it really is a salvation issue. When you look at what salvation is biblically, it's our deliverance. When the Most High deliver us, then we're not going to be subject to the poisons that our enemies got us subject to. You you want to add something to that, Josiah?
No, I want to see what he say about this law right here.
Which one?
This Luke 2:23. I'm trying to see what he do. I didn't get this far in it.
All right, fair use.
Of the Lord, every firstborn male that opens the womb shall be called holy to the Lord. So here we see him referring back to the Old Testament, but what specifically in this case back to Leviticus. Excuse me, I got something in my eyes really bothered me, but this is referring back to Leviticus and Exodus. So part of the first 5 books. What about Matthew 22:36? He's asking, teacher, which is the great commandment in the law? Which now here it's kind of a couple things that's being referred to, but he's referring back to the 10 commandments, and he refers to in the law going back to the first 5 books. This is the problem with some people. They think that the law is just those law. By the way, those 613 ordinances, the Bible doesn't really count out 613 of those. If you were to sit and go and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you wouldn't get to 613 because it's not enumerated that way in the Bible. When you get to this large number, a lot of those happen to be what Pharisees, or what the, not shouldn't say Pharisees, but what the religious leaders have put together to kind of help people, they say help, to get them to go along with the meat of the law. Now, that's the law. I don't think anyone would disagree that what was quoted by the Lord in Matthew and in Luke is actually the law, referring to those first 5 books. But guess what else the law also entails? The law entails much more than those first 5 books. So when the Bible speaks about the law, he's not talking about just the Torah. He's not talking about the 10 commandments. As a matter of fact, do you know what Jews did not do? The Jews did not separate the moral law, the ceremonial law. They didn't separate the law into different pieces. There are different aspects about that. There are different rituals in the law that were part of the law, but it's
so why Galatians 3:19 said the law was added because of transgression.
Yeah,
that's he's so bald and stupid.
Yeah, you see what he's setting it up though. You see the setup he doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he a con man for real. 78 vet. You see the setup he doing. Now the Jews didn't separate the none of the law. It was all the same. Well, you had a law that was added because of transgression, right? So what law was that?
Didn't I just read the law of the house too?
Yep, that was all of the ceremonial things, right?
Mm-hmm. The ordinance.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm trying to see like the Christian understanding of the law is not a fundamental understanding of the law, because the law in any culture, right, in any heritage would be the things that's required in order to live and remain. It's requirements. So Jesus came and did away with all the requirements, is what they saying. Yet we have to live by the requirements still. We don't have to keep the law, but you know, we still have to keep it. Yeah.
All a part of the law. You can refer to that individual or those specific rituals or ceremonial aspects or things like that. You can refer to those as the law, but more properly, all of it is the law. How do I know? Well, here's a text, and I covered this the other day. Might as well cover it now. In 1 Corinthians 14:21, you might think that this has nothing to do with the law, but notice what Paul is quoting. By the way, Paul, a Jew, Paul is quoting the law regarding tongues. Where in the law does it talk about tongues? Well, Paul says in 1 Corinthians 14:21, in the law. Now, what does Paul say? In the law. What is Paul referring to? Is Paul referring to just those first 5 books? No, he's not, because that's not how Jews looked at the law. Paul is referring to the entirety of it. How do I know? Because he says, in the law it is written, by men of strange tongues and by the lips of strangers, I will speak to this people. So he's quoting something that's written in the law. Where in the law? In Isaiah. But wait a minute, Isaiah is not one of the first 5 books. Exactly right. All of the Old Testament is considered to be part of the law.
Well, that's why you have the law, the Psalms, and the prophets, right? What he's trying to do is lump it all together to say you don't have to abide by any of it, basically. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so let me ask you this: the prophets and the Psalms, what did they do? Didn't they teach the law?
Yep.
Ain't the scriptures? Didn't the Messiah say that the scriptures is the law, starting with Moses, the Psalms, and the prophets?
Mm-hmm.
James said, if you fulfill the royal law according to the scriptures, he didn't say according to the law of Moses. He said according to the scriptures, if you fulfill the law.
That's the whole. See, this is the thing. We understand that the law, the Psalms, and the prophets are all one and the same.
Exactly.
But you see how, because of the confusion of not understanding the law for what it is, now they spiritualizing it. Now through Christ, you don't have to keep none of the law. It's about faith. It really makes no sense. Really. It really doesn't.
I thought it says, have not the faith of the Lord with respect to persons. Respect of persons is sin. That's in the law. So you can't have faith and be in sin too.
You can't have faith and not keep the law.
And not keep the law.
That's what I'm saying. You know, when you look at where we are today biblically, we just read where we would be waking up and recalling ourselves in the land of our captivity. We will begin to study the laws and return to the paths of righteousness. What about our law is unrighteous, to where if we keep it, we're going to go straight to hell? You see what I mean? This is why you see how he tried to clean it up. You know, it's not 613 law. No, it's not. So where does all that come from? Where does the first 5 books is the law of Moses and all that? Where does that come from? All they had was the scriptures during the time of Christ, the law, the Psalms, and the prophets. So where does all that come from? Say it's written that the law is Israel's righteousness. It said the law is our wisdom in the sight of the nations. You see what I mean? This is the very thing. This is why Christianity is adamant against the law, especially when it comes to us. Talking about keeping it, because what does the scripture say? Scripture said that if we keep the law, that we will be above only. So this is just another tactic to keep us from really understanding that and doing that. We will be above only and not beneath. That's what it said. Say, will you Israelites tell me what laws are we to keep and what that mean? You ought to keep the righteousness of the law, the same way that Abraham kept the righteousness of the law without being circumcised. Fair use.
From Genesis all the way to Malachi, all of that is the law. Let's find another example. How about Jesus making a statement about it? And in this case, clearly we got to go what Jesus says. Jesus answered them, has it not been written in your law, I said, you are gods? Where is that written? Where is that written? That's written in Psalms. That's not in the first 5 books, but Jesus calls it the law. How about John 12:34? The crowd then answered him, we have heard out of the law that the Christ is to remain forever. And how can you say the Son of Man must be lifted up? So what are they calling? What are these Jews calling the law? Well, in this case, they're referring to Daniel and other passages. They are not referring to the first 5 books. So in the Bible, the Jews, the apostles, and Jesus refer to the law as all of it, all encompassing. So when people say the law,
It's starting confusion, bro.
Yeah, it is.
You know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is confusing. Because
he's starting it though. He's spreading the confusion though.
Because even from that logic, right? And we know all the law haven't been fulfilled if you come from that logic. Everything that's written in the prophets haven't been fulfilled. We still waiting. So you can't say the law is done away with, especially if that's all they had during their time. I don't get it, man. You know, so it's just like Christians to not want to abide by any type of real standard, but we just a nation of people with just belief, no instruction, just we abide by belief and by faith, no type of standard, no type of real order to keep us. Now the Bible does say that walk in the Spirit, the fruits of the Spirit, against such there is no law. You see what I mean? But he also said, I through the law am dead to the law. So he said, through the law, I'm dead to the law. So I don't have to worry about the consequences of running a red light, because I understand when I see a red light to stop. You see what I mean? I don't have to worry about the consequences of stealing somebody's stuff, because when in my heart, I already don't covet after what somebody else have. And if I see something that doesn't belong to me, I'm either going to walk past it, or if I know it belongs to somebody, I'm going to see that they get their stuff back. Otherwise, there's a penalty that falls on me for going against the law concerning that. These are the things they telling you we don't, we shouldn't have to keep. Go ahead, bro.
I like what you said. You said, I through the law am dead to the law. So if I'm keeping the law, I'm not worried about the consequences of the law, the judgments of the law, or the sacrifices of the law. Just
Exactly.
like you said. Just like you said. We're not under the law of sin of death, sin and death, where you sin and you die. We're under the law. We're under the law of grace. Grace is a law.
Yeah. The weighty is one of the weightier matters, like you
Yep.
say. Justice, mercy, and faith.
Faith.
Grace.
Yep.
See, we quick to want to try to condemn our people and put them to death. Where the mercy at?
Exactly. Compassion. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
that's part of the law.
Yep.
They even listen. They even try to mimic that in their court system. You see what I mean? They try to mimic compassion and all that within their court system. You see what I mean? It's a lot of people don't make the connection, man, that God's law is what's required in order for us to remain in the land. Like I said, we should have a desire for our law at this point. After knowing what we've been through as a people and why we're in the condition we in, we shouldn't want nothing less.
The Most High gave us the law. That was grace right there. Because he didn't have to do that. For him to come back and teach us to magnify the law, that's grace right there. Because we actually deserve death.
Yeah.
Y'all know what a gift is?
Yeah.
Something you don't deserve.
It's yeah. That's because that's what we're going back to. We're going back to our land. And if we're going back to our land, that means we're going back to our ways. The nation's gonna have to come up now and keep the feast tabernacle. It's really gonna be they're gonna have to come up because those feasts you can't come empty handed. So just like now, right? How many nations of people want to keep the Most High's feast days? When you got niggas like this telling you you're gonna go to hell for doing it.
And we cannot read one time the Messiah said what he's saying. You're gonna go to hell for keeping the law. You cannot find that in the scriptures. But yet he says it with confidence.
You got teachers in Israel teaching that.
Really?
Yeah, you got Apostle Curtis teaching that.
He teach what?
That if you keeping the law.
Oh yeah. Yep.
It's like how can it be that, but then in the future the Most High gonna put all this back in order, and the nation's gonna have to observe it.
I think they misunderstand us when we say we don't know when the Sabbath day is. We're not saying it's done away with. We're just saying we don't know it because we pounded away. We serving our enemies right now.
Yeah.
If we was actually keeping the law, how the hell all three? It said all the men should return to the place where he put his name at in Jerusalem. We can't keep that law. Where's Jerusalem?
It's like we scattered, man. he said, you're gonna discontinue, thou should discontinue thyself from the heritage that I gave thee. So we basically turned our backs on the heritage, on our true heritage as a people. We the only people on the earth who had a divine heritage from on high, and we turned our backs on it. And now you got people teaching that if you trying to do it, you're gonna go to hell. Don't y'all see that's that's part of keeping us away from actually making that connection? See?
Look what he say though about the heritage. He promised us. That's what do you think salvation is to give us back our inheritance.
Yeah.
He said He said gonna come to pass that after he had plucked us out of the land, he gonna have compassion on us and will bring them back again, and every man to his heritage and every man to his land.
Yeah. Just
We
like
going
here.
back to that.
Yeah. It's like here in America, right? You abide by the laws here, but let's say you left here and went to Dubai or somewhere, you would have to abide by the laws there.
Or
You
getting
see
put
what I
in
mean?
prison for yelling.
Whatever the laws are there, you would abide by those laws or deal with the judgments. Because Israel turned their back on their heritage. The Most High scattered them among the nations. And now we don't have a heritage. We don't have a law.
It's discontinued.
We don't
Until
have,
further
yeah, until further
notice.
notice.
It's not destroyed. It's just discontinued.
See? So now you got people like him, right? Don't y'all know it's a judgment against false prophets that's teaching the people against the ways of the Most High? It's a judgment coming for people like this. Did y'all know that? That's teaching people, oh, it don't matter if you're an Israelite or you're not an Israelite and you don't have to do this and do that. It's a term for that. I'm gonna have to find it, but
False prophet.
yeah, it's another term too. Like for the action that he's committing. And that action is worthy of death. It's like you misleading the people. It's a treasonous act for you to stand before God's people and teach them that the very thing that got them in trouble, they don't have to do. Nobody's telling nobody to now, rightfully so, you know how our people are, right? We got a zeal, we surnaming ourselves. All this is what prophecy said would happen. You see what I mean? We got people trying to keep the feast days and everything. That's written that would happen.
That's a part of the remembering yourselves.
Now, does it say everybody's gonna do it? Nah, we can. You got some of us who, you know, can read the scriptures and understand it for what it is. We can look at what our forefathers did. You see what I mean? And we don't have to. We understand that as far as the feast days and everything, those things are to be kept in the land. We understand that, but we're not finna tell nobody not to do it, or you're gonna go to hell for trying to do it.
Like this dude doing.
Because prophecy said that this would happen in the land of our captivity. You see what I mean?
Yep.
That's understanding the law for what it is biblically. See, they don't understand what the law is. People who get offended and all that, you don't understand what the law is, and you definitely not seeing what's going on today with your people.
That's because that's the main thing. That's the reason why they can't see what the law is because they can't say who Israel is because the law was given to them.
Yeah,
So if you don't know who Israel is, then you got the whole Bible wrong. I expect you to get everything wrong in here because the whole
yeah,
Bible is talking to them, and how you say it's off for all people. So come on, man.
yeah.
Well, which part of the law? All of the law is the law. And if you want to hinge on one part of the law, you must keep all of the law. Now, let me just say this.
So that would include tithes and offerings too, right?
Yep, they sure keep that.
Because that was paid, tithes and offering was paid according to the law.
Hmm.
Which means what? Tithes and offerings, if tithes and offerings was paid according to the law, that means tithes and offerings wasn't paid every week or every other week out of your paycheck. Because that's not according to the law.
Mm-hmm.
But how do people do it now? Every week, every other week, every month, whenever your direct deposit comes, you know, every week.
Them boys getting paid, boy, every week.
And I'm telling you, there is no reason the black church should be a mecca for big black business.
Hmm.
Ain't no excuse for it, bro. No excuse. And you got people talking about no, you don't have to keep no law, and wonder why these preachers can scam you out of money and all this kind of stuff because you don't have to keep no law.
Mm. No consequences, no fear. Comfortable, itching ears. They'll give you your money. If you go tell me what I want to hear, I'll give you my money too, huh?
Exactly. This man sitting there telling you all the law is the prophets and everything. Well, don't you know in the prophets there's an unction against the the priests feeding themselves and not feeding the flock.
Hmm.
But we don't gotta abide by that no more. And y'all wonder why Christian pastors are fleecing the people more and more. And every other week, all they gotta do is ask for forgiveness, and now they back up before the people because ain't no law. There's no law, no standard against people who stand before God's people. Nothing to hold them accountable. The people don't know the scripture. So what are we holding them accountable to when they stand before us and speak and tell lies? And but we don't know the scripture. So what kind of checks and balances are we giving them? Who can stand up and say, hey, that's not what the scriptures say? What scripture is that? What you just said.
Right.
You know, you might find one or two, but guess what they gonna do with them? They're gonna get them out of there
Like me, like they did me.
because ain't no law. It's just all faith. And I remember when I asked that question a while back when I was in church. I asked what faith was. I asked, is our faith supposed to be in something specific, or are we just supposed to just have faith blindly? I was told my question don't make sense.
Hmm.
That was the response I got. Your question don't make sense. See,
Is that a deflection?
I could say that now
Yeah, because it was.
because that was a good damn question. It led me to believe that fate only exists with the Most High. So if that's the case, your fate got to be in something specific. If he's giving you a measure of it,
Mm.
the word of fate, right? That's what
Mm-hmm.
your fate's supposed to be in. I learned that.
Faith is not outside the Most High.
It don't exist. If you don't have faith in the Most High's word, you don't have it at all.
Nope. You can't have faith. You can't have faith that the Bulls is going to beat the Pistons.
Nah,
That's not faith.
you just betting.
Exactly.
Faith come by hearing, and hearing come by the word of the Most High. The word of faith.
Yep.
See, that kind of stuff helped me to realize, okay, this is something more tangible, something I can really put my hands on now. You see what I mean? As opposed to this lawless faith, you know. But we still supposed to live a righteous life, righteous according to what instruction?
Exactly. And you're right, bro. They never tell you what you're supposed to have faith in. They just keep saying faith, faith. And you're saying, in what? In what?
Faith in Christ.
What though? What Christ do? Like, faith. Okay, I believe. Okay, so the devils believe.
Faith that he saved me from my sins.
But you still here. You ain't in the kingdom.
Yeah. Salvation hadn't come yet.
But you saying you saved.
Man. Many shall stand before me that day, Lord, Lord. Have we not prophesied in thy name? Like those are Christians right there, bro. Those are Christians, bro.
All in the church, laying hands on people, casting out devils and shit.
Listen, those are Christians that's going to be standing before the Most High in that day saying, Lord, Lord, have we not done all this stuff in your name? Who else talks like that?
Christians.
What, prostitutes?
Hmm.
Pimps? They're not going to be saying, Lord, Lord, have we done all these wonderful things? If anything, they're going to have their face in the ground crying.
Mm-hmm.
Who talks like that? Those are Christians. I'm telling you, in Matthew 7, that's my stance. All them people that's going to be saying, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name and cast out devils? Those are Christians. Because he's going to say, I never knew you. I never knew you.
He was quoting scriptures when he said that.
I never knew you. That's a cold, man, that's cold.
All ye workers of iniquity.
You know how cold that is? Think about that, bro. That is cold to tell somebody that's then went all out for you. Or at least they think only to get in front of you and be like, nah, bro, who is you? I don't know you.
You talking about delusion.
Those are Christians, bro. I'm telling you.
That's a straight delusion. Lord, Lord, we did this in your name. You've been delusional the whole time.
All this time. You done all this in my name, but you've been crapping on my people. Never even consider my people. Look, never even consider my law. Right? Y'all shitting on my law. Y'all told everybody we ain't gotta keep it. Like, who are you to take my covenant in your mouth? The wicked.
Because I want you to know firsthand. I want you to hear it. If you tell me that you must keep the law, I'm telling you you're going to hell. If you tell me that you must keep the law, you have to keep the law, I say, according to the scriptures, you will go to hell.
This dude said, if you keep the law, you're gonna go to hell.
Hold on, I'm gonna run that back. I need to. That was a
What
mic
scripture
drop
is
here.
that?
The law. Now, let me just say this because I want you to know firsthand. I want you to hear it. If you tell me that you must keep the law, I'm telling you you're going to hell. If you tell me that you must keep the law, you have to keep the law, I say, according to the scriptures, you will go to hell.
Look, you did what I did when I first heard this. Why I laughed so hard? That little bald head. He for real with that little bald ass head.
No, look, oven men head ass. You know what I'm saying? Little catcher's mitten on top of his head. You know what I'm saying?
He got that thumb with the face.
Uh-huh.
Thumb head is.
Sucker punch face ass.
No facial hair.
I know. You know about.
Look. No facial hair. You can tell somebody that been in the pen.
Man. Thinking man.
Man. Thinking man. Arm and Hammer. Look at this.
Knee head ass. You know what I'm saying? Look.
The law. Now, let me just say this because I want you to know firsthand. I want you to hear it. If you tell me that you must keep the law, I'm telling you you're going to hell.
Going to hell.
If you tell me that you must keep the law, you have to keep the law, I say, according to the scriptures, you will go to hell.
And he confident with it too. Man.
That is
scoop ball.
That is ridiculous.
I'm saying.
Did y'all hear that? He said, I'm telling you that if you're telling me you have to keep the law, and you're going to hell.
And I will tell you, you're going to hell.
I will tell you, you're going to hell. If you're telling me you have to keep the law. Now, when you, once again, when it comes to the law, right, and you look at the law in the light of culture and heritage, how can you say that when it's because of that Israel was removed from the land? It's like we showed you before, when it comes to the Sabbath day, right? We know the Sabbath is for a perpetual covenant between the Most High and his people. The reason he told Israel to keep the Sabbath holy is so that they could remain in the land. See, when you look at us being scattered now and us being subject to our enemies and subject to payments and all of that, this is the opposite of us obeying the law and staying in our land and being in control. So how can you go to hell for something that the Most High said would separate you from the nations? This is the thing that separates you from the nations and places you above. It's the keeping of the commandments. Nothing else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you really keeping the commandments, then you doing it with a circumcised heart. So to say, well, you didn't mention, for those who want to nitpick and say I'm not mentioning Mashiach, that's all understood in what I'm saying. He's the one who gave the law. That's why when he came in the
And
flesh, he looking at them trying to condemn him. It's like, man, y'all don't even know I'm the one who gave the law.
mm-hmm.
Go ahead, bro.
And he the one that added the law.
He added the law that was because of transgression, right?
Yeah.
So listen, if he gave the law, then he was the only one that had the authority to change it.
Yep.
And we saw what the change was. The change wasn't, oh, you don't have to do none of this no more. The change is, you heard what this say, but I'm saying to you, do this after a more glorified manner. It ain't enough to not kill no more, because
What you think lead up to the murder? Your heart
exactly,
got to be wrong. What leads up to sin? Your heart, right?
exactly. He amplifies. See, I was talking about the amplified Bible, right? Well, they should know the damn law. They should all know the law if they got the amplified Bible. But don't none of them know the law. Don't none of them know the judgments. You know why? Because where the Most High says, I suffer not a witch to live, or stone them before the congregation. You know what Christians will do? They'll do what Saul did.
Mm-hmm. Keep them alive.
Because we think we understand more than the Most High. He say, kill them all. We say, what do people say? What kind of God would kill innocent people, innocent children? I heard somebody say that before, and I asked them, if you going by the biblical understanding, then what, according to the Bible, deems them innocent?
Mm.
And the Most High said, kill all the children, all the babies. And you say, well, those babies are innocent. According to what? If we going by the biblical understanding, right? It's like people try to add their own understanding into what the Most High did in the scripture.
They're not comfortable. They're not comfortable with his ways, which is way higher than ours. His thoughts way higher than ours. So we should just do what he say, because he know more than us. I go back down to trusting him. If he say kill all the babies, he got a damn good reason, and you got to trust that,
Yep.
even if you don't understand.
Or find out 50, 60 years later when you got a group of vagabonds trying to raid your town, and you realize these the ones you should have got rid of, and now they come in and they conquer your town because you didn't do what the Most High said 60 years ago. 60 years ago, he said do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now here they come. with they pitchforks and they straw hats and they nooses with they banjos and shit trying to raid your town. And you can't even defend yourself.
The Most High said he knew Jeremiah in the womb, but he also said he hated Esau way before they was born.
Yeah. How can you hate a baby before they's born?
See that? Here come the questions.
How can God, right?
How can God create something that he hates?
Easy, because he God and you not.
Because he God. You the clay, he the potter. That's why.
Yeah, you would have done better, is what you're saying. You could have done
Obviously,
better.
obviously that's what they're saying.
Man, look here.
So you're a better artist. You're a better creator than he is. Then
Listen, and that's what a lot of our people think too, trying to save the enemy. You see what happened to the brother who got on the boat, and it's sad. And
them three white boys.
As sad as it is, man, I feel bad, but at the same time, it's like when are people gonna wake up, man? When we gonna wake up and realize that we cannot do anything bigger than God can? You can't love more than the Most High can. He already done told you, for our love, they've given us hatred. You can't love or do anything no bigger than the Most High can. So what, you got love in your heart? Who cares? Like, okay, cool.
I love everybody, but he don't even love everybody.
So how you gonna do it? Listen, how do you love everybody?
He said he loved those that love him.
For a person who say they love everybody and the Most High don't, how does that love show? How does it manifest? Because I guarantee you, most of that love you don't even got for your own people. I guarantee you. You telling me you can extend yourself to other nations of people and put your life in danger, but you can't endure your own people?
Mm-hmm.
Niggas just too bad, too ghetto, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't even get on a boat with them, go in the woods, right? But we ghetto. I tell you, man, niggas need to learn how to be by themselves, be loners. If you can't connect with your own people, then don't connect with nobody. If you can't connect with your own people, then don't connect with nobody, man. Because we should be beyond the solo trips, being the only nigga in the cookout on the boat and the only nigga in the woods. You know, you just that comfortable. You ain't take a BB gun or nothing. You ain't think, and let me buy me a little burner pistol or something. You never know. You know, some mace or something. You just out there with your shirt off and shit.
Acting like a nature boy. Acting like they learning the ways of the heathen.
Trying to prove that you don't, you know.
Probably out there surfing and shit.
Nothing, man. Nothing. Didn't think to take a slingshot, nothing. Brass knuckles or nothing. I'm gonna put these brass knuckles in my pocket just in case.
If I gotta do that, I shouldn't be going. If I gotta say just in case, I ain't going.
I'm just saying, you that compelled to go. You just come on, man.
Yeah.
Look, a utility. Look, take the thing that what's his name had. Carmelo Anthony, the utility tool. One of them. Come on, man.
And
We
he,
got,
he didn't see what happened to Carmelo Anthony. Ain't this new?
yeah, it's recent.
So
It's
he didn't see what happened. Like what? He not paying attention. Man,
probably
that's
not.
stupid. But that's stupid, man. That's pretty. That's like common sense. You the only black dude.
Yeah, you're right. They don't nothing happen to them when they come with us. But see, it make it hard to feel sorry for our people who put themselves in these situations. Because like, how many times do this need to happen? Like we should know by now, right? If I'm the only nigga in the group, and anything mentioned about sleepover or camping or anything like that, I'm out. Count me out. Count me out, man. Anything on the water? Nah, we're not finna do that. Just count me out. By now, we should know that, right?
Our
By
people
now.
perish because of the lack of knowledge. Man,
By now, we should know that, man.
but he rejected.
We gotta prove that, we don't hate like a dude on my job, man. This happened a while back. It's always that one Negro, man, they gotta try to prove to everybody else, like he gonna fix his mouth and say, we at work one day, fix his mouth in front of all these Hispanic folks, a couple of white folks. He gonna sit there and say, man, black folks is the most racist. Man, I looked at this fool.
He said that in front of you.
Yeah. But see, in situations like that, you gotta kind of be wise and how you engage. You know what I mean? And as much as I wanted to cut into him, in that moment I didn't. Him later on, we chopped it up, but I realized he just one of them dudes who just like, if it's a bunch of Negroes around, then he'll say whatever is fitting, for the niggas. Then
He one of them.
yeah, you know what I mean. And when you're around one of them, you just gotta play it for what it is, But I peeped that. But it's like, why are we the ones always trying to stand in the gap and prove, we got to prove we don't hate, or we got to prove that, we not one of the ones who got a chip on our shoulder about the past and all that. When I don't get it, man. I don't get it. The past is the present. And it's so much so that it's still stuff happening now that was happening in the 30s and 40s to our people. How many, just recently, we just seen another young black sister get lynched. But we want to act like the past is the past, right? And and the past is happening right in our face every day in the court system, in the economy. All these years we denied, you know, racism is a thing. You see what I mean? And now it's just right there in your face, man. Ain't nowhere else for it to go now. It's gonna get worse and worse till black folks start realizing, okay, we gotta start crying out to the Most High. See, when in danger, everybody call on Jesus. Saying the Most High said he heard the cries of his people in Egypt the first time. That's where we are. I'm telling y'all, man. And he said, it's only when we call our sins to mind and the sins of our forefathers. What did they do and what are we doing? Didn't they break the law? And ain't we still sinning? We start to realize this and make the connection. That's when he gonna turn our captivity. And some of these other people that's teaching that, you know, you trying to keep the law and all this. It's all prophetic, man. The Most High is allowing this to happen so that we can understand why we in the condition we in. What's up, brother E?
Shalom, brother Ebri. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Blessings to you. Blessings, brother Josiah. Blessings to the chat.
What's going on?
And none. I'm just seeing your let me turn this AC. Just seeing your live. I checked. Excuse me. To see if you send me an email. So I just tapping in with you, brothers. I know you're probably going to shut down soon, but
Yeah.
hop on a little just to say what's up.
Yeah,
I watched that guy one morning. That thing is, I think, maybe a week old, 2 weeks old, if I'm not mistaken. So one morning I'm watching this guy right here. And when he said that, he said some other stupid nonsense. And I just turned from him because I knew he wasn't, speaking from the spirit at all. I don't know who he catering to. I don't know what he what's his agenda. But it ain't for righteousness. Because if you ask a lot of these people that claim that we don't have to keep the law, all you have to do is ask, what did Yeshua say? He said, if you love me, keep the commandments, right? I mean, that's what my Bible says. So it's weird to me. And you can even go in Revelations. He says, those that keep the commandment, I will give them the right to the tree of life. Am I mistaken?
No, you're not.
So
No, you're
I'm
not.
confused.
It all goes back to that though, right? The very thing that got us in the condition we in. And it's like the Most High said he was gonna send a strong delusion, man, so that they would believe a lie. When you look at the main delusion is not accepting the people for who we really are. And like the brother just said, if you don't know who the people are, you're not gonna understand the law. You're not gonna understand prophecy. You're not gonna understand how to apply it. Understanding who we are, it's all encompassing with understanding, why we're in the condition we in, what's required, you know, for us not to end up back in that condition. The Most High said He's not gonna scatter us again, but that's only because He said He's gonna circumcise our hearts so that we could serve Him and not sin against Him again. You see?
Mm-hmm.
But it goes back to that instruction.
Mm-hmm. What's also crazy is if you ask any of them, right? I don't even care if it's Israelite or Gentile. If you ask them, do y'all keep the laws of man? Like, do you just and not enter in your mind that there could be a consequence for running this light, for stealing this item from the store, for rape, rob, unaliving, ASing, or just stealing in general. There's even when you do it, there's a conscience in your mindset. I could get caught for doing this, but when it comes to the Most High, I ain't gotta keep the law. It's no conscience of accountability with these people. And you also gotta ask them. It says, what's wrong with keeping the law? Like, what is the problem with keeping the law? What is why do you have an issue with it? And if they was honest, they would say because they just want to continue in the folly and foolishness. They don't want to be held accountable for the things they want to just do what they want to do and not feel ashamed or have any conscience of there's a consequence for this action. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. I think they don't look at the law in that light. They don't look at the law in terms of like you said, like how we look at the law for checks and balances. We look at the law to keep things in order.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas they eliminate all that fundamental understanding from the law.
Just basic stuff. Like if you have a child and you give your child certain instructions, I need you to do this, 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 and this. You expect that child to do this, 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 and this.
Yep.
Now, if that child don't do it, there's a consequence. These same people would expect their children, or if they're a boss or in authority over somebody, to follow their instructions without question. But somehow, when it comes to the Most High, we ain't gotta follow His instruction.
It's just
We
all
can
about
just do
faith.
whatever we want.
It's just all about faith.
Yeah, I just gotta plead the blood of Jesus. I can say Jesus 3 times or whatever, or run up and down, or just act a damn fool, and everything's gonna be oh, that's the other thing. And the Most High knows my heart. Yeah, He knows your heart. What does Jeremiah 17 say? I believe it's 17. That is the most wickedest thing.
Tell you what, man, if salvation was based on being able to do that dance and all that, then I damn sure wasn't getting it. For real. I had to start playing basketball to get my footwork right. Can't do that dance. It says For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life. So don't the law instructs us and directs us? Right? It says it's a light. The law is light. So if the scripture is saying the law is light, what part of the law is light? What part of the law is the light? If
Whatever it is that's going to keep you out of trouble.
right,
Keep
if
the devil off your back.
but see, according to them, the law is bondage.
But that ain't what the Most High. He said his burden is light. Did he not say his burden is light?
Yeah.
So how can it be bondage? No, it ain't bondage. You just want to do whatever you want to do. You just don't want to be held accountable. And these are the same people. If you do them wrong, just sure you got to come down here and straighten this business out. Houston, we got a problem.
Yeah, we read.
It's just weird with these people.
When Christ said, "Keep my commandments," right? They'll say that's Christ saying, "Keep His commandments." Well, we read to you what His commandments are.
Mm-hmm.
When we read to you the change in the law.
Mm-hmm.
All His commandments did was magnify the law.
Right, exactly. Because if you love me, you ain't gonna do this X, Y, and Z. If you love the Most High, you're not gonna disrespect Him. You're not gonna dishonor His name. You're gonna act like a well-trained child that was brought up and was taught how to behave yourself, doing things decently and in order.
You're gonna have a genuine, unfeigned love for your people.
Mm-hmm.
To where you don't have to be instructed not to do this or not to do that, because that's another thing. If we're not under the law, Paul said we're not under the law, we under grace. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That don't mean we under grace right now still.
Right. And you just made me think about something when you said that. Yeshua said, love the Father with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength, right? And he said, love one another. Who was he talking to?
He was talking to Israel.
He was talking to Israel. Exactly. He wasn't even talking about the other nations.
That's what I'm saying. So this is why they way out of bounds when it comes to the law. They're in a whole nother jurisdiction they shouldn't even be in with the law, because it don't even pertain to the other nations.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So if you really keeping the law, then you have a genuine love for your people. If you really keeping the law.
Yep.
Because that's what most of the law is about. Loving the Most High, loving your people. That's why I said on those two hang all the law and the prophets. But you still got to be instructed on how to do both.
Train up a child the way they should go, so when they get older, they will not depart. Right? Doesn't the Most High train us up with His word?
Man, so this law, he trained us up with the light. He trained us up with the instruction. Yep. So this law is really deeper.
Absolutely. But if
It's
you're not
deeper.
trying to keep it, you don't even be able to understand, the mysteries of this book. You won't even try to understand how, man, like this book will literally, if you follow it, will keep the demons off your back. You won't walk outside and your key won't break in the door when you're trying to turn it. You won't walk outside and you sitting on four flat. I mean, it will literally keep the demons away from you.
That's right.
Some hellfire demons, boy. You come outside your car on flat on four bricks.
And them demons
Or
is
it
that evil
ain't even there.
and them curses
He said they
for
just stole
stewing
my
your
tires.
ass.
They stole my tires.
The car sitting on crates.
And then try to sell you some.
Yeah. Yo,
How the hell they just
you
stole
ever heard
all my
somebody?
tires?
You remember back in the day? Back in the day, remember they used to have the radio where hey, you could pull it right out. It had a
Yeah,
handle, you could just pull it out. When you
yeah,
wanted, you push it back in.
yeah.
Let me tell you what they was doing here in Brooklyn. I don't know if they was doing this around anywhere else, but these people was literally stealing people radio. That for whatever reason, you can pull it out, bring it with you, and take it in the house or bring it out. You just still gonna leave it in there. They was stealing these people radio and then trying to sell the radio back to the people. Then
Like, damn, bro.
I mean, how wicked is that?
How you just know I need a radio? I got a radio for sale.
Crazy.
Like, damn, that's ironic. I'm
You
missing
ever
a
had
radio.
that feeling of somebody stole something to you? I used to have some. I used to have some wicked tapes. When tape deck was a thing, and I used to keep them in a case in my trunk. Man, and I had also a CD player to the top. So I'm leaving out for work. I said, why am I wait, something don't look right. My trunk up, cracked, my CD player gone, and all my tapes gone. You know how much that hurt me? Because them things you can't get back.
Yeah.
Remember when they stole Martin's CD player?
They stole your CD player.
You remember when they stole Martin?
Oh,
Remember they stole the
yeah.
CD player?
his Walkman.
Yeah.
Crazy. I know one. We used to go to Atlantic City, right? So you park your car in Fulton, or close by. So when you get off the bus, you go right to your car. So there's guys standing out there watching who getting on the
We
bus,
stay at 78.
who getting on, who getting off, and then you park your car and whatnot. You get out, and your computer gone. You know how many times that happened to me?
Mm.
They done stole a computer out my car.
Now, I heard up in New York that in a lot of different places, if you park and you got good tires, you can pretty much count your tires out of there. They're gone.
Yeah.
And they say it's in a lot of places. But then once again, if we lived in a place where people had the law in their hearts,
They wouldn't do stuff like that.
you wouldn't have to worry about that.
Yep.
That's coveting somebody else's property.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, yeah, he got some good tires, But yeah, he got them tires so he can get back and forth and do what he need to do.
Mm-hmm. Feed his family, go to work, whatever the case may be. And a lot of people don't put two and two together. Realize that that this ain't just no. Oh, I'm just trying to get over, or you don't have no feelings. When you following these laws, you care about your brother and sister.
Yeah,
That is a concern of yours. Whether my brother and sister is all right, and your brother and sister weren't concerned whether you're all right.
exactly. So you look at how we are today, it's not like that. See? Because we don't keep the law. We got this no snitching thing in the quote unquote black community. No snitching. Well,
You don't
according
even
to
know what snitch mean.
And you know the crazy thing about it, 9 times out of 10, the authorities already know who did what and when and how. But you talking about you don't want to be a snitch. Until it happens to you. Then you want to know somebody, yo, who did the X, Y, and Z?
Oh, I ain't no snitch.
Mm-hmm.
it's
You're
like
right.
what are we doing? What are we staying true to?
Nothing without
I,
this. Without
Our, our culture is sin.
you know,
yeah.
no snitching.
No snitching goes
Well,
against
if
the
you
law.
ain't doing nothing, you ain't got no business doing. There's no reason for me to snitch on you.
You're supposed to bring them to the priest.
It's like for every person that go by this no snitching and all that is two or three people, you know,
You asking for it?
that can deal with that. Everybody don't want to snitch because they scared of whoever, you know.
You
Like
ever
that
read you ever read Susanna?
Susanna. No.
Yeah. Read Susanna.
Oh yeah. I have. I think
Oh, you
I
talking about the book?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read some of it.
Man, read that book, man.
Yeah.
It goes along the lines of what we talking about. These two old men was scheming on this young lady. She married, she got kids.
Oh yeah, I did. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I did read it. Go ahead.
And if it wasn't for Daniel, I believe it's Daniel, hiding in the bushes and saw
Yeah, I
what took
seen that.
place, she was going, she would have lost her dignity. Not only she, plus her, they defiled her. If he didn't go tell, you understand? But he used wisdom in telling because he knew, the religious system and these elders had some kind of influence. So he used wisdom. He separated them and got each one of them story. And the stories didn't match up. But you know whose story didn't match up? The one that was defiled. If he didn't snitch, as they say, That young lady would have lost all her dignity and everything on account of these two heathens. I call them freaking heathens. You act like a heathen, you're a damn heathen. You Israelite men acting this way.
I'm telling
All
you,
for your
man. That
lust, your Get, I'm sorry.
nah, you're right because this kind of stuff still goes on today, and yet you want to talk about, if you keep the law, you're going to hell. You see, you keep the law, you're going to hell. That's no different from people saying we don't need the book. How many people have y'all heard say we don't need a book to tell us right from wrong?
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at all the wrong that's being done and you compare it with the book telling you not to do this, not to do that, why do you see everything in the world being contrary to the book?
Mm-hmm. That is the truth. Woe in the day when good is put before, good is evil, and I'm paraphrasing. When good is evil and evil is put for good, sweet for bitter and bitter for sweet. We living in that time for sure. Everything is backwards.
Man, no law.
That's
No,
lawless.
no. Yeah, no law means no instruction.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it's talking about.
When did this happen? It said they run into our National Museum for safety. I believe they got a preview of what they're about to be judged for. When did that happen? I've been under a rock, I guess. It said they ran into our museum for safety. When did that happen?
Oh, he's talking about this. It's the storm. They went, yeah. When number 47 was having his little shindig,
Mm,
they had to run inside to get away from the storm and the lightning and the rain in the very museum that he's trying to tear down and
mm,
remove.
mm. They had to catch cover in there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah, brother T, I saw that.
I tell you what, you know, that's that's a sign that we are we're the buffer between the Most High and their judgment.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand. Is I don't know. I just see things. The Most High blessed me with discernment. He don't. He's showing these people our excellence. Look, let's take the World Cup as an example. They're seeing all these Hebrews, right, representing all these different nations, proving we were scattered to the four corners, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we showing out. These Hebrews is showing out in the World Cup. He's showing the world our excellence and how we do everything better. He's letting these people know you're messing with God's chosen people. You're messing with, my excellence. You said, my chosen. Have some love and respect for them. Now you can cheer for them when they score a goal, right? But when the game is over and they're going home, you're stopping them and doing all kind of wickedness. Even in the stadium, some of them is making like I heard they're making monkey sounds and You watching a game, you paid your money, you're there to be entertained, you're hoping your team win, and you making mockery of the players. Like, why does that even have to be part of the game? You could go home and act like a damn fool. Why you have to show your ass for the world to see and how hateful and wicked you are?
Hmm. Yeah,
God keep giving these people a chance to do right by us. Us. It's all about us. And they keep refusing.
yeah. I think, even with that kind of stuff, you know, I think brothers do a good job of not letting that affect them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because they
You
still
know,
going while they throwing bananas on the field and doing other stuff. He run down the next side and score a goal. That stuff is just the Most High is highlighting their wickedness. It ain't gonna stop us. Listen. We've been through everything and back. We've been through. I don't want to say, you know what, and back, but we've been through everything. And we still here. That testimony is only to the Most High that we His chosen.
yeah, I think, but when they try to call us monkeys and all that, that's to me they just projecting.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's all projection. Everything they accuse us of, they're guilty of it. Everything, and it's done purposely to take the focus off of their wickedness and you know shift the blame. You know, but it's
they
not working. There was a time when that would work. You know,
like,
but that ain't working anymore. And we don't even care. We don't care. I've noticed. I've been stopped caring what these people think, but I've noticed more and more of us as we wake up. We're not looking for the acceptance. We're going about our business. We minding our own black business. We
yeah.
minding our own Hebrew business. We don't care what these people think or what they do.
I mean, because think about it. In what way am I comparative to a monkey?
Hmm.
If you want to say I'm a monkey, okay, cool. Like in what way would I relate to a monkey? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Monkeys can't play basketball. They can't dunk. They don't have woolly hair. But on the contrary, they have traits that's relatable to other people groups, certain people groups.
Mm-hmm.
They
Like
got certain DNA markers that match.
like Neanderthal. And I don't care what nobody say. They got Nephilim traits in them. They mankind. They not man. I don't care what nobody say.
Say mankind, kind of a man.
Mm-hmm. Human. No, they're not human. You have no humanity. You have no hue.
Huh.
Your DNA is everything other than what the Most High created.
I
You're
think
not dominant. You're recessive. You're not strong. You're weak.
these are people who tell you don't have to keep the law.
The heartbreak is we did this to our ancestors, did this to us, and we today continue in the foolishness. Well, I mean, it's just, we really have nobody to blame but ourselves. Yeah, they extended the punishment. They advanced the punishment. They took it too far. But we put ourselves in this situation in the first place. He told us what would happen if we didn't follow him. He told us.
And I think, I think seeing it in that light is important. That's where understanding the law come in, because it's because we fell from that. We fell from our instruction. Like if we look at this again, right? We'll pull this up. In Lamentations. Just look at, let me see. Just listen to how this reads in terms of the law. It says, the Lord had purpose to destroy the wall of the daughter of Zion. He have stretched out a line. He have not withdrawn his hand from destroying. He's getting ready to bring destruction on Jerusalem. It says, therefore he made a rampart and the wall to lament. They languish together. Her gates are sunk into the ground. He have destroyed and broken her bars. Her king and her princes are among the Gentiles. The law is no more. Her prophets also find no vision from the Lord. So does this sound like a pleasant thing or a good thing that the law is no more, or does it sound like a judgment? The law is no more as a result of something.
Disobedient.
So when we have people saying, you heard what he said, right? He said, if you keeping the law, if you telling me you have to keep the law, then you going to hell.
Yeah, I heard that part. I didn't watch the whole thing. Like I said, when I first turned on, I just happened to see him because I was interested in the caption, and I was like, when I hear this fool saying this stupidness, I just turned the blasted TV. I ain't want to hear no more nonsense.
So when we look at this and when we look at what Jeremiah said about us discontinuing from our heritage and being forced to serve among the Gentiles, us being scattered among the Gentiles denotes why our law is no more.
We're gonna follow their customs and their whatever they got going on wherever we've been scattered to. And this is why I really marvel at our people, that don't understand that when we say there's two types of Gentiles, that they say no. I mean, you yourself. I'm gonna ask the chat, and this proves, when you sit down and think about it, it should ring a bell. There was a time we thought we were the Gentiles, and those people were Israel, right?
Yeah.
And one day the Most High woke us up to realize, wait a minute, no, that's a lie. We've been misled. And all that time, the Most High allowed us to be, for whatever reason, in that fog, right? Well, everything has an appointed time. So now, if you now believe and understand, and in your spirit, you know you are Israel, and those people are the frauds. Well, you have to then say, well, then what else was I wrong about? Give yourself a chance to have some to adjust, like Romans 12, 1 and 2. Renew your mind. You know, renew your mind. Now that you know you Israel, you have to act accordingly. You have to have a Hebraic mindset, our customs, our heritage, our culture. Not these nations that we've been woken up for. It said we shall what is that oh gosh, First Kings 15:8, is that right? And it was said we shall, but if we bethink ourselves. Can you let me find that scripture? I hate to misquote.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. In the land of our captivity.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So it's
Yeah, First Kings 8:47. It says, yet if a matter of fact, let me get that's my note. Let me read it from the book. So I can bring this thing up. Can you bring it up? First Kings 8.
First Kings 8.
46. I want to start at 46. A verse I quoted 47, but for context. It says, if they sinned against thee, for there is no man that sinneth not, and thou be angry with them, and deliver them to the enemy, so that they carry them away captive onto the land of the enemies, or I can't see.
It said the land of the enemies, far or near.
Yeah. Yet if they shall bethink themselves in the land whether they were carried captive, and repent, and make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carry them captive, saying, we have sinned and have done perversely, we have committed wickedness, and so return unto thee with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their enemy, which led them away captive, and pray unto thee towards their land, which thou givest unto their fathers, the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name. Then hear thou their prayers and their supplication in heaven, thy dwelling place, and maintain their cause, and forgive thy people that have sinned against thee, and all their transgressions wherein they have transgressed against thee, and give them compassion before them who carry them captive, and they may have compassion on them. For they be thy people and thy inheritance, when thou hast brought forth out of Mizraim, Egypt, from the midst of the furnace of iron, that thine eye may be open unto the supplication of thy servant and unto thy supplication of thy people, Yasharel, Israel, to hearken unto them in all that they call for unto thee. For thou dost separate them from among all the people of the earth to be thine inheritance. I mean, it don't get much plainer than that.
That's, you're right. It don't. I'm sitting there, and as many times as I read this, it's like, damn, you know, how can we not see that this is talking about us?
And all
But
we got to
then,
do is stop the foolishness.
yeah, it said that what it said. Let me go back. I'm like you. I don't want to paraphrase. It says. It says that thine eyes may be open unto the supplication of thy servant, and that. Oh no no no. In verse 50, it says, "And forgive thy people that have sinned against thee, and all their transgressions wherein they have transgressed against thee, and give them compassion before them who carried them captive, that they may have compassion on them." Because I think it's in Proverbs, it say, it say, if a man's ways is pleasing to the Most High, he'll cause his enemies to be at peace with him. So we could, even in the land of our enemies, we can be at peace and out of the way of harm. But this is kind of also giving us a blueprint of what to do. You know,
To me, it reminds me of Second Chronicles 7. What is 7:14?
yeah.
If my people who are called by my name.
Let me read. Let me pull that up. It says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray, and seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways.
Turn from their wicked ways.
It says, then will I hear from heaven, and will forgive their sin, and will heal their land.
This ain't got nothing to do with Esau. This ain't got nothing to do with the other nations. Them mistreating us or anything. We do what the Most High tell us to do. He's going to deliver us. No matter what they say, what they do, what they think, how they feel. The ball stays in our court.
And we taking that first step, but I still say, as a whole, man, we still lacking, doctrinal differences and things of that nature. And I know it's important. The doctrinal thing is all important, and at the same time, the Most High said He gonna bring us all together under one consent.
And I feel where you're going. Yeah, it's good to know scripture and have your doctrine straight, but if you know all the scripture backwards and forward, and you've read the other books and you got a good understanding and discernment, and you don't love your brother and sister and care about their well-being, all that means nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I wanna we gonna get to that point where it says, basically no man gonna have to teach another man. Nobody's gonna have to teach the next person.
Mm-hmm.
So if we all at that point, then what is it from that point? You know, we really at that point get to live, you know what I mean? Get to live and enjoy the life that the
Mm-hmm.
Most High got for us.
In our own land, amongst our own people, preferring each other, wanting to be around each other, you know. We're gonna make these nations really jealous one day. I mean, when I say envious, I mean envious. Because we're gonna get it together. One day we're gonna have it so together. These people, these other nations are gonna envy us. And they're gonna want to be a part of us. And I'm gonna say, nope,
Hmm.
no thank you. I'm good. I'm good over here with my people. I don't need any extras.
Say no way, Jose. What scripture I got for y'all? I want to read this Jubilees again. Look at this. It says, and in those days the children would begin to study the laws and to seek the commandments and to return to the path of righteousness. So anybody telling you keeping the law, you're gonna go to hell, you know, it's the contrary. It's quite the contrary. You're not gonna go to hell for doing this right here, which is what our people are doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know y'all heard me talk about the Sabbaths and the feast days. All I was doing was simply putting it in perspective with what's written. In this captivity, as we recall ourselves in our zeal, we're going to start to, do things and practice things. And it's just a way for us to separate ourselves
Mm-hmm.
from what the nations is doing. This is our front, our united stance to show that when this nation's holidays come around, we're not partaking in that. We're partaking in the days of the Most High.
Yeah, I gotta tell you. Now, as far as this 4th of July foolishness was, a lot of our people was out there busting off firecracker and acting a fool. Most High send down rain and a mini storm over here and kind of clear the streets, but not fully because I turn the corner and what do I see? I see people busting off fireworks. So we have to get away from that stuff. But I honestly believe, like, yeah, our people are still caught up in Gentile foolishness, right? But I also believe a lot of these people that they're under the banner of Israel, or we think they're Israelites. They're not Israelites. They Hamites.
He said they Hamites. Hamites.
They chocolate covered Edomites. They that and Israel is getting a black eye. I'm not saying we ain't got work to do. That Israel acting a damn fool. Israel, the daughters of Zion are out of control. The sons of Zion are out of control. You understand? But a lot of this folly is not coming from us. It's coming from these other nations, and we're getting the blame for it.
Yeah, a lot of these quote unquote black people.
Right, exactly.
Man. But you know, all of this is a result of us, you know, rejecting our Constitution. You know, people can pretend to be us and get things done and benefit from you know our struggles and everything. You know, under our Constitution, you know, none of this would be happening.
Yep.
And it seemed like the more we try to gravitate to our law, to the Most High's commandments, the more separate, you know, we become from what's going on.
I can see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it.
Yeah,
And a lot of, I mean, like this poor brother Noah, which I believe was another sacrifice. Unfortunately, he didn't get the memo. You know, how you the only Hebrew or the only black person in the crowd? Why? How? Why? Why would you even? You look around and you don't see nobody that look like you, and you comfortable?
man.
Something's wrong with that picture. I'm sorry, something is wrong with that. You want to be accepted by these people so bad, you don't see nobody else around that look like you, and you okay with that?
Man, I don't know what it is, bro. I really don't. And of course, I think it's all an attempt to get some outrage from us, in which they we should give some outrage, just not in the way that they want.
Right, because they trying to get us to get back out there so they can implement martial law. Because they really don't need an excuse to do what they want to do, but they're waiting for that excuse. They're waiting for them to justify, oh, black, violence is our first, middle, and last name, so they can label us violent and justify their wickedness, what they really want to do to us, you know. But we're not budget. They keep throwing. They doing this, that. They hung another sister. This is madness. I saw they. I didn't look at the thing, but I saw a caption. Sister found in a tree,
Yeah,
and they just found another brother hanging in a tree
yeah,
in the woods. I mean, come on, man.
yeah. You
When
know,
they when I noticed, I don't mean to cut you off. I noticed, like when we be doing our little gathering, and we on the street or we somewhere public, not secluded, but out out and about, let's say, you
yeah,
know, out of the way. And the place gets shot up, right? And they always say, well, we're still looking for, no one has been identified, no one has been in custody or whatever. It's them doing that stuff to us.
doing them
It's them in the woods,
somebody
it's them hiding
blackface.
out. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Somebody when they be trying to do it in blackface.
Yeah, exactly. Hide, yeah, either in blackface or hiding in the woods and all it, shooting up the freaking place, because when we get together, there's always some violence. So it takes the focus off of them. One of us always do it. But you ever notice they always say, too often, oh, no woman is placed in custody. If you have any information, please contact. It's them doing it.
Yeah, like they try to. This one sister did a video when I guess a lot of black people are boycotting Asian businesses, and they starting to feel the weight of it. And so this one sister said, this lady got on there and said, all these black people said that they're gonna vandalize and destroy our buildings. And she said, we ain't said nothing like that.
Nope.
Say they already know what they trying to do.
Mm-hmm. And the audacity. So this is how you know that we're in the land of our captivity.
Yeah.
Because they want to add to the bill, that the anti-Asian bill or whatever it is they want to call it, an amendment that we have to shop in their store. Now just think about that. Just think about that. If that's not slavery, what is? That I can't spend my money where I want to spend my money. I have to go spend it in your store.
You said they're trying to do this, so they have.
Yeah, they put forth an amendment to the anti-Asian hate bill, crime bill, that we have to shop in their store. Now the audacity of that is that's just mind-boggling, but it just goes to show how they think we're their slave.
I'm trying to see like what would I need from an Asian store. I don't I don't usually go in Asian stores now for anything.
It's so weird. And the guy's challenge was, now this is his words. We steal, right? We have nasty ass attitude, and there's something else he said. I can't remember. So why is you upset? We're not in your store stealing, right? We're not giving you attitude.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So why are you mad? You got what you wanted.
You gotta stand by the door and all that.
Right. You gotta follow us around the store. We ain't stealing. We ain't giving you issue,
They just want you to walk in there, throw the money on the floor, and just walk out.
For whatever they decide, the trash products, or the irregular whatever. What we just supposed to take whatever they dish out to us. Man. Everybody give us their backside to kiss, and we supposed to pucker up.
I'm telling you, don't do it.
No, we getting on code. Finally, I see we getting on code. We saying, no, you're not going to mistreat us. You're not going to do us any kind of way, and it's going to be okay. They're not used to us being on code. They're crashing out because they're not used to us black people, being unified. But they don't understand the Most High is orchestrating this whole thing. Everything you see, the Most High is orchestrating it.
Was at a festival. Tell you, man, don't. What are we trying to prove by being the only nigga at the festival?
Crazy.
Or on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the last place you want to be caught with some white folks, on a boat by yourself.
Or going anywhere with these people. Have anybody heard anything from this young lady that went to Africa with this demon? You don't hear nothing about that case anymore.
No. But hey, man, when you rather choose the bear,
mm-hmm.
Why choose a bear?
Or serpent, and the serpent bites you.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, we gotta start preferring one another. For real. as much as they act like, or as much as we are reproach, you know, if all the Negroes was to pack up and start leaving now,
Yes, sis, that's her name, Ashley Janae. I call her soft life Ashley Janae. She want to live the soft life, and the soft life with some alabaster. That you look in the picture, he looking at you like he want to murder you right. He want to unalive you right now. You didn't, that picture didn't make you say, wait a minute, why is he looking at me like that? You didn't get the hint.
yeah, I'm telling you, you'd be so happy. End up getting
Brother,
hacked up.
brother, you can now. They rule what self defense. What's that you're talking?
She got what she wanted. Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. She got what she wanted. She got the soft life. All right, some soft dirt covered over her.
It says a self. Yeah, it's always that
Oh, Alicia.
whole
Oh,
body hacked up,
sorry. I can't see good. I thought it said self defense, self deletion. That's crazy. That's crazy.
whole body hacked up like how you cut up a whole chicken into an 8 piece.
What we gonna learn? These women. Oh
Look,
Lord,
look, they say it's suicide.
that's crazy.
Suicide. She
They
had
don't even.
gone.
They don't even check his behavior. They don't even consider his behavior, his odd behavior in the whole thing. It's just suicide. That's it.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
suicide.
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
telling
Thank
you.
Most High, there's a judgment, and He sees everything. You know.
Indeed, man. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down, bro.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Always appreciate your content. Appreciate your dedication. You know, as the Most High servant. You know, blessings to you. Blessings to your wife. Blessings to your kids, the young princes and princesses.
Indeed,
Zion. Big respect to you, Ibri. Shalom.
indeed,
Blessings
bro.
to the chat. Blessings to the chat. Blessings to the chat.
Indeed. Appreciate you coming on, brother E. Shout out to the other brothers, Kadar, Josiah, brother Yash. Yeah, so the law, just like we said, just look at it in that light. The law is our heritage that we were separated from, due to sin. The Most High scattered us into all the nations, so we were separated from our law, from our heritage. When you start getting to the New Testament, when it talks about the law not being justified by the works of the law, that's talking about the things that was required according to the law, the works of the law, the sacrificial things that was required, because that's what Christ came to fulfill. You know, think not that I come to do away with the law and the prophets. I did not come to destroy, rather, or I came to fulfill. So the law, as we know it and understand it, is our wisdom in the sight of the nations. It's our standard of righteousness that He gave us to live by, and that we have a desire to get back to. So moving forward, though, it said he's going to circumcise our hearts so that those things will be in us like a second nature. So we look forward to that. But anyway, make sure y'all subscribe to both the channels, T.I.R and Resurrecting the Truth. Want to say shalom and blessings once again. Thank y'all for your time. See y'all on the next one. Shalom.